Political Science and International Relations, Eastern Mediterranean University. This baby, or this idea, was in the making for maybe the last 1 decade. Cemek used to visit North Cyprus quite often. I've known him for probably almost 2 decades. And I thank him for his efforts. I also thank Wojciech Forzinski, who used to be our longtime faculty member in our department, now in his happy retirement. I think the ideas developed, and in 2019, when Cemek Mickiewicz and Dean Andrei Stelma visited our campus, it ended with a memorandum of understanding between our 2 universities. And right after that, we discussed the idea of organizing an annual joint conference every year. This was, of course, before COVID, and the idea was to organize this annual conference 1 year in Poznan and 1 year in Famagusta. But of course, due to COVID, we postponed this a little bit, but then we decided that at least we should have the first conference in virtual reality online, so that we have something up and running, so that hopefully starting in 2021, we will have the second conference, hopefully face to face. I think we are going through an interesting time on the global sense. For example, let's say 50 years ago, if somebody asked people like us, experts on international affairs, to make predictions for the next 10 years, I would say, by and large, we would be right on target, maybe 75% of our predictions. That was the kind of world. But today, making predictions, not just for the next 10 years, but even the next few years, became very problematic. We have been going through very dramatic changes in the international affairs. So in that sense, I think that our conference is quite timely. So looking forward today to listen to all these experts when they are going to talk about different trends in security studies and different trends in different world geographies that we are going to be engaged in today. So without further ado, my warm welcome and thanks to all the participants and all the listeners. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. And on behalf of Adam Mickiewicz University, I would kindly ask our Vice Dean, Professor Maciej Walkowski, to open the conference.
Thank you very much. One more time, sorry for some technical problems. Unfortunately, believe me, it's beyond my control. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of our faculty authorities, I would like to warmly welcome you at the first International Conference on Security Studies, the international event organized by Eastern Mediterranean University and Adam Mickiewicz University. This conference, as we certainly know, is devoted to current challenges in international security as a part of many years of bilateral cooperation. The conference is the result of the fruitful and extensive collaboration between both university researchers, especially those focusing on security studies, the contemporary international relations, as well as the political science. Among the proposed areas for discussion in 4 panels are the global aspects of international security, European security, security issues in Central, Eastern Europe, and the and the Eastern Mediterranean. As it was mentioned, today's event gathers well-recognized scholars, experts, diplomats on the discussion about various aspects of international security, including current and future trends in politics, culture, economy, technology, and society. Hope that the significance of this event, which is attended by distinguished guests from different countries, be also demonstrated by the fact that each year the number of scientists willing to participate in it gonna to grow significantly. Undoubtedly, the role and the merit of the professors Ahmed Susan, who represents the Department of Political Science and International Relations from Faculty of Political Science and Journalism, EMU, Famagusta, Cyprus, and from Andrzej Stelmach, Dean of our faculty, Faculty of Political Science and Journalism, Journalism, Adam Mickiewicz University, Poznań. Heads of organization committee were great in this project. I am especially pleased to welcome the other participants, appreciated researchers actively involved in the implementation of this event and discussion panel chairs, in Professors Edward Haliżak, head of the Polish Association of International Studies, Wojciech Forysiński, Przemysław Osiewicz, and Radosław Fidler at the head. Unfortunately, because of many administrative duties and leading lectures, I will not be able to participate or follow the thematic sessions today, but let me wish you the fruitful deliberations and many successful post-conference publications. I believe we will meet together in normal circumstances as soon as possible for now, except with wishes related to the scientific activity. Let me wish you a good health, physical and mental resistance, calling for the daily antivirus care. Thank you very much for your attention. Good luck. Przemek, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor. Before we start the first session, let me once again thank personally. Personal thanks go to Professor Ahmed Sezen for the help on the Cypriot side, and once again big thanks goes to Professor Wojciech Forysiński, who we can say is a kind of godfather of this cooperation. So Professor Forysiński, actually I would say it's not the first academic baby. One of many academic babies EMU and AMU have together, but still I'm quite sure, as Professor Ahmed Sezen has just said, and also Professor Walkowski, it's just the beginning of a whole series of international conferences. As you have heard, our intention is to organize it on an annual basis, right? So that it will be an annual conference. However, as Professor Sezen has emphasized, we do hope that it will be a contact conference, right? So that we'll be able to meet in person. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it's my honor, and I'm very glad to open the first session, which will be chaired by Professor Radosław Fidler. I know that Professor Fidler is with us.
Oh, hello.
Good morning, Professor. Well, Professor is at the faculty. I can confirm it. I can see that the Professor is at the faculty. So in the first session, which is dedicated to international security and global aspects of this international security, as I said, the panel is chaired by Professor Radosław Fidler from Adam Mickiewicz University, and among distinguished discussants in this panel we have Professor Jakub Zajączkowski from University of Warsaw, Professor Tarık Uzlu from Foreign Policy Institute in Turkey, and last but not least, Dr. Tomasz Pogacewicz from Jagiellonian University. Gentlemen, the Zoom is yours.
Thank you very much for a timely, very diligently, and 9:15 when we start. This is excellent, and we have 1 hour for discussion on a complicated issue related with global politics, global security, and I would like Wanda from my distinguished discussants about global aspects and local, regional And generally, the world is understrained, is very complicated. There is an ongoing pandemic crisis. There is a supply strained supply chains not recovered yet. There is a rising China and US competition and tensions, and this hotspot, Taiwan, and the strategic ambiguity as a it's difficult to say it's a reliable strategy. Furthermore, I'd like to know from you about following issues, and naturally you can add some additional topics, because it's a global, as enormous area to grasp, to analyze. Is complicated, because it's 1 hour. It's not easy to even to catch some important issues. On Monday, it was a Biden-Xi meeting, virtual meeting. I would like to know, is it a meeting that's really contributed to decrease of tensions, or otherwise it's nothing, no improve? Also, I would like, from looking from the perspective of Asia and the US, last message is a quadrupling of China nuclear arsenal. Is it 2030, 1,000 warheads, and what's going on? Is it true prediction? Is some Pentagon predictions, and as expanding arsenal? Also related with this Asia and Japan, naturally, other, but particularly AUKUS, Australia, UK, and United States, is a new alliance. I'd like to know your opinion about it. Is a counterbalance effective or not? Is rather related activity. Also, I would like to know, there's in Poland now there is a migration crisis, border and migration crisis is an instrument of Lukashenko's policy. In the case of EU and EU eastern border with Belarus. And I'd like to know about it. First of all, what should be done and how we can read it. This migrations, tensions, autocratic policy, and energy crisis as well in Europe, because it's a shortage of gas. And yesterday, Germany suspended certification of Baltic Pipe, Nord Stream 2. It's probably the process will be longer, 4 or 5 months to operate this pipeline. How we can read it? It's a suspicion to Putin policy, or and some leverage to ease tensions with Russia. I'd like to know. Also, several days ago, COP26 ended session, and it's a reliable strategy to keep warming 1.5. And there's still gloomy scenarios. Above 1.5 would be disastrous scenarios, and even in the near 10 years, 3 billion people would have to emigrate, move Sahara hotspots. Another topic I would like to reconsider.
Professor, can you please speak close to the microphone?
Okay.
Yeah.
I would like to analyze the topic also about globalization and its condition with a global supply chains strained crisis, and globalization is a new trend of reverse globalization, or it's not so bad. It is working as usual. And another topic I would like to focus for discussion about also some ideas. Democratic capitalism versus authoritarian capitalism is a tension on ideas. Autocratic authoritarianism seem to be attractive, effective in handling COVID-19 pandemic, in making progress and well-being for example, for Chinese society, China society. And I would like to know, is the US is declining the democratic idea, because it was US was formally promoter, and even last stance was Washington Consensus. We know it's not so excellent idea, but in the early 90s, the US was in the vanguard of the ideas and activity. And I'd like to know also about the condition in the Middle East, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, is between competition and cooperation, which tendency is a dominant cooperation, or some tensions and competition, and its difficulties, and Israel as well in this region, and other states from the region. Abraham Accords as an achievement from 2020, and some stability, but also Afghanistan, and in the midst of Kabul's government, pro-American government, and the US withdrawal, and this Taliban sudden victory there. And the last, you can see there's a lot of issues, and you can add naturally some topics. I don't want to make it, you know, I can omit something important. Also, I like to know what should be improved in global governance. I mean, WTO reform and the global governance is under strain. In my opinion, this is a problem. It's rising competition, great power competition is disturbing in its global governance. And global governance, in broadly meaning, what should be cured, what should be done to make it better. We have this panel scheduled for this order. I would like to 5-10 minutes each of us, of you, Tomasz Pugacewicz, Dr. Professor Oguzlu, and Professor Jakub Zarączkowski. In that order, please, if possible. Maximum 10 minutes, and then after we should have a discussion, some summarize of our findings. The screen is yours.
So thank you very much, Professor, for the introduction. I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation and the opportunity to share my observation. I promise to fit in 10 minutes. So Although only a year has passed since the presidential elections and only 10 months since the new US president was sworn in, we can clearly make a preliminary assessment which elements of Trump's policies are being continued, in which areas new solutions are tested by Biden, and how they shape international security. So in the context of the European Union, we can clearly see a shift of emphasis and resignation from Trump's attempts to use Poland as a kind of state balancing Germany's influence in the European Union, even it sounds a little bit bizarre, which is accompanied by Trump's decision to reduce the US military presence in Germany and the increase of number of forces in Poland. So Biden returned to the times of Obama's policy of cooperation, mainly with Germany, which was symbolized by the withdrawal of the decision to reduce the US armed forces presence in Germany and the conditional consent to the German-Russian Nord Stream 2 security. It seems quite important project in the context of the mentioned energy crisis. Also, in the context of the European Union, we see a departure from the rhetoric according to which Trump regarded Europe as the main, just next to China, economic rival to whom he imposed further duties even in January 2021. In this context, Biden firstly ended the process of imposing new tariffs. Secondly, in March and July, Biden led to the postponement of the dispute over aviation industry. And this kind of dispute had been dragging US in EU relations for almost 20 years. So finally, in this month, Biden led to the withdrawal of tariffs imposed by Trump, including those, for example, on European steel products. So those are kind of positive developments shaping US-EU relations and building some kinds of confidence and stability in international relations. However, it is too early to answer the question whether the closing of the US and EU trade disputes will lead to the development of any agreement on deepening trade and investment cooperation between the US and the EU, which Obama has been striving for until the last months of his administration. We clearly see Biden's continuing efforts by Donald Trump to make European countries a tool in the US rivalry with the People's Republic of China. In some aspects, this is successful, such as the participation of the United Kingdom in the US-Australia cooperation, security cooperation directed against China. In other respects, however, there is a resistance, an example of which is Germany's lack of readiness to limit economic cooperation with China, for example, in the area of 5G technology. Also, some changes are seen in the US policy towards the Russian Federation. On the verbal level, President Biden has dropped Trump's rhetoric that there is a room space for a deal in which the US could make more account of Russian interests if the Russia Federation was prepared to take more US interests into account. In practice, this means that Biden has abandoned Trump's military policy in this part of the world that concerned the reduction of military presence in Germany and imposing certain restrictions on the provisions of military aid to Ukraine. Instead, Biden withdrew plans to reduce the military presence in Germany. He even decided to increase by a few hundred American soldiers presence in Germany and began arming Ukraine, expanded the presence of special forces, US special forces in Baltic states, and conducted military exercises in the Black Sea. So Biden policy towards the German-Russia project to build this Nord Stream 2, on the other hand, remains a little bit unclear, and we see some kind of zigzag policy. On the one hand, Biden upheld sanctions imposed by Trump, and Biden set even new ones. And a few months ago, he appointed the anti-Russian expert as the US Special Representative for Energy Policies. But on the other hand, despite the statements that the company building Nord Stream 2 should be subject to sanctions, Biden excluded the company from the sanction list and made arrangements with Germany that as long as the project does not serve as an energy weapon in the Russian hands, he will not oppose it. The arms relations between the US and Russia Federation are ambiguous. On the one hand, Biden, unlike Trump, agreed to extend the strategic arms reduction agreement with Russia. We also have signals on behind-the-scenes talks with Russia on arms control in the new area of, in the area of new technologies. But on the other hand, the arms race in areas not regulated by the mentioned treaty, such as hypersonic missiles, middle-range missiles, or anti-satellite weapons, is becoming evident even every week. So, due to the fact that both countries are nuclear, they led mostly indirect kind of rivalry. For example, we could observe this in the context of the situation in Ukraine through the spy war between those two countries. See, for example, expulsion of Russian intelligence officers from the NATO headquarters. Or in cyberspace, for example, we observed subsequent Russian cyber attacks on US infrastructure. Now moving to the crisis in the Indo-Pacific region mentioned by Professor Fiedler. So Biden policies toward Asia and in particular toward China is in many areas a continuation of the trend that emerged in full scale, in full force during the Trump presidency. But to be honest, this kind of trend began during the second term of Barack Obama with the announcement of the so-called pivot towards Asia. So Biden still sees China as a state that breaks the rules of free trade, investments freedoms, and intellectual property laws. Biden administration isn't scrapping a trade deal brokered by former president in final year of his presidency. Instead, Biden plans to pressure China for not meeting its promises made under the deal. Biden administration also plans to broadly maintain Trump's tariffs on US imports of Chinese goods. So additionally, President Biden issued a new executive order barring more American investments into Chinese firms with ties to the defense or surveillance technology sectors. So the new order expands an early Trump era blacklist and hits almost 60 Chinese firms, including the communication giant Huawei, or maybe we should say the former communication giant as Huawei earnings are fastly dropping to the effectiveness of US policy. Also, Biden, like Trump, tries to put pressure on China by working with Europe, but only with less radical kind of rhetorics. However, at the moment, there are no signs of success in this area. And as I mentioned, some symbol of this is Germany's resistance to limit economic cooperation with China. The arms competition between the US and China in the area of naval armaments, hypersonic missiles, middle-range missile continues. Of course, Biden, like his predecessor, does not rule out the possibility of working out an arms control agreement with China. But like Trump, he does not see the potential to conclude an agreement of this type for the time being. And as Professor Fiedler was saying, we even see fastly developing arms race in the number of ballistic missiles which could be which could deliver in nuclear loads. So Biden continues previous policy of supporting countries in the Southeast Asia region threatened by Chinese territorial claims on Chinese invasion. So this was reflected in US-led naval and air operation in international waters, declaration on Taiwan's defense, or the agreement on military cooperation with Australia. The novelty in the context of Trump's policies against China is the readiness of Biden to develop cooperation with China in the field of health security and fight with the climate change. But like in the Trump case, there is a lack of cooperation in the area of health security. But, and that's important in the context of the mentioned COP26 summit, during this, the final days of this meeting, the US and China made a joint declaration to cooperate on climate issues over the next decade. So that this is signaling the possibilities of other kind of agreements between China and the US. So summing up, at the moment, we see some elements of continuation and change in Biden's policy toward Europe and Asia. but really it is difficult to assess whether this will contribute to a greater stabilization of international relations in Europe and Indo-Pacific, or became a source of new conflict. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for highlighting Biden's policy 1 year, almost 1 year, and in 10 minutes elaborating on all aspects, regional, global, and China, US competition is very difficult, and you, Dr. Tomasz Pugacewicz, and that was excellent. I would like to ask discutant Professor Dr. Tariq Oguzulu, please share your opinion about mentioned issues, or you can add something.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor Suzan and colleagues from Poland, to organize these events and issue an invitation for me to take part in it. I'm so pleased to be with you here today. These are not that easy questions to answer in a 10 minutes long time period, because many of those issues are very much interrelated with each other. And there is a kind of growing interdependency between the way how these problems get resolved would have an impact on the future directions of global politics. So let me first of all begin a very clear and easy assumption regarding the changing dynamics of global politics. I think we are living in a kind of bipolar multipolarity. Why it is a bipolar multipolarity? Because we have the United States and China as the key global behemoth, but none of them is in a position to influence the choices of other countries in the way the Soviet Union and the United States of America used to do it during the original years of the Cold War years. So many countries outside Russia, outside Chinese and American sphere of influence are potentially speaking having a capacity actually to steer their own course. And many of the countries which lie in the middle of this American-Chinese competition are somehow able to join their forces and put a kind of obstacle before China and United States to impose their own wills on the others through unilateral strategies. So we are not living in a traditionally speaking textbook example of multipolar environment. This is bipolarity, but also this is a kind of multipolarity. It's a kind of mixture of it. But if you put your attention on the power parity, disparity between the United States and China, we could somehow confidently argue that so long as the military dimension of this relationship is considered, the United States is, without any hesitation, the #1 country on earth. We are talking about a global behemoth which spends more than 1/3 of all global military expenditures on its own, which has 12 aircraft carriers and more than 250,000 troops deployed across the globe. So China is in no position to rival with the United States in this particular sense, despite the fact that in recent years, China has increased its military expenditures above 250 billion American dollars. But in any way, if in any potential military confrontation between US and China, the most likely area would be a Chinese own neighborhood. So China doesn't have the capacity to bring the war to the United States, but United States has the capacity to wage the war against China in China's neighborhood. So militarily speaking, we are still living in a kind of unipolar era. And also you should not forget the fact that if the United States improves its own relations with traditional allies in Europe and East Asia, the combined military power capacity of the so-called Western international community would go much higher. But if you focus your attention on economic distribution of power capacity, it will be somehow quite legitimate to say that, yes, we are living in a multipolar environment because US and China are somehow on an equal basis. So on the one hand, we have the United States having a kind of $23 trillion economy, but China is bridging the gap with the US fast. So it has already reached $17 trillion. But if you also put the European Union in this threefold categorization, the EU seems to be around $22 trillion US dollars. So in one way or another, the combined economic power capacity of the West is still much higher than China and Russia combined. But if you offer a kind of much deeper historical perspective, we are going to be in a position to say that the share of non-Western countries in global economic power distribution has spectacularly increased in recent 3 decades. In the year of 1975, when the so-called G7 was established, the share of the G7 members in global economic production was about 80% of overall global economic output. But nowadays, the share of G7 has already declined to 35%. So which means that we have fast moved to a kind of multipolar environment in terms of economic power distribution. So what about normative and ideological categorization? I think we are no longer living under a kind of pan-American era. The allure, the power of attraction of liberal democracy has already eroded in the eyes of many people all around the globe. So there is a kind of American model of developmental, American model of democracy on the one hand, and we have on the other hand the Chinese model of state-led capitalism in one way or another, or state-led developmentalism strategy. I'm not suggesting that these two ideological viewpoints are in a competition with each other, but what I am trying to say is that in parallel to increases in China's economic and military capacity, the number of admirers of this particular model is on the rise. So even though China declines to, even though China denies the challenge that it is not after promoting its own model to other countries. So this is a kind of inevitable conclusion that the more powerful China becomes, the more it will wish to see that the number of countries embracing Chinese model increases a lot. So this is an inevitable conclusion. The second question maybe we should somehow spend some time to understand is whether we are on the eve of a new Cold War era. We are not in a position to offer a kind of clear-cut analysis or explanation. Yes, there are some people who say that, no, we are not there yet, but there are on the other hand some other people who say that, yes, we are just in the middle of a Cold War era confrontation. I am not that much pessimist about this particular situation because the dynamics which shaped original Cold War era between US and the Soviet Union were totally different from the dynamics which appear to shape Chinese-American confrontation in today's international environment. And the two countries are very much intermingled with each other, particularly in the context of their economic relationship. And none of them is in a position to influence the choices and strategies of some particular countries which are allegedly located in their sphere of influence. We are no longer talking about the fact that China rules one part of the world, whereas the United States rules another part of the world. This is just the opposite of the picture we used to have in the past. And on the other hand, you know, ideologically speaking, normatively speaking, China denies that it is in the middle of a normative confrontation with the United States. On the other hand, we know that even though the United States still claims that it is an exceptionalist country and it has put universal idea at the center of its foreign policy orientation, we are getting far away from this liberal internationalist foreign policy mentality in the United States. So the trends of isolationism, the trends of realist internationalism have been on the rise in American approach to global politics. Even the Americans themselves are not putting so much an emphasis on the idea that the US should be in the business of promoting liberal democracy. So we are not exactly in the middle of a Cold War era confrontation. But on the other hand, let me emphasize another point, which seems to me quite important in the context of understanding how the years to come would evolve. This is very much about the changing American approach to China and Russia. From the American perspective, China is no longer a kind of economic partner, no longer a kind of actor which needs to be incorporated into the liberal international order as a responsible stakeholder. Americans do no longer think that China might be transformed into a liberal democracy alongside its capitalization process. So the liberal integrationist perspective has already given way to a kind of realist exclusionary approach on the part of the United States. It had begun with Obama, continued with Trump, and as former professor has already underlined, Biden seems to continue this realist exclusionary approach towards the United States, towards China, I'm sorry. But I think there is a very important problem with the emerging American approach to China. The Americans, I mean, Secretary of State Blinken, National Security Advisor Sullivan, and President himself have on many different occasions underlined that the US will pursue a kind of threefold strategy. So confrontation, competition, and confrontation will exist simultaneously. This is the kind of compartmentalization perspective. So long as issues, so long as they share some common issues, the Americans expect China to cooperate with it. But Americans are already clear on the idea that there are some red lines on which confrontation might also be considered quite likely. But I think Chinese government, Chinese Communist Party is very much against this compartmentalization idea, and instead of it, it adopts a kind of holistic perspective. It puts another kind of pressure on the Americans. How come you expect that I will be cooperating with you, despite the fact that you define me as an existential challenge and as a kind of existential enemy? So you have to be true to yourself. If you want me to cooperate with you on some global challenges, the pandemics and climate issues, you should no longer treat me as a potential enemy. I am not your enemy. So these different perspectives would make it quite difficult for China and the United States to achieve a kind of stability in their relations in the years to come. On the other hand, I am also aware of the fact that the Americans are trying to polarize global politics from an ideational perspective, from a normative perspective, and also from a geopolitical perspective. Because China and Russia, either taken into considerations as acting lonely countries or in combination with each other, are assumed to pose a challenge to the primacy of the West. So from an American perspective, Russia and China should be put under immense geopolitical pressure. There is no question about that. And if it is possible, Russia should be somehow dissociated away from China. So on the one hand, the Americans put simultaneous pressures on Russia and China in Eastern Europe and in the Indo-Pacific region. We know it, extreme pressure. But on the other hand, in the footsteps of realist intergovernmentalism, in the footsteps of Kissingerian kind of political thinking, the Americans are also trying to drive a wedge between Russians and Chinese. So how these two different motivations, geopolitical goals, would be reconciled with each other appears to be quite difficult from my own perspective. So you will antagonize these two countries, but at the same time, you want to make sure that China and Russia are separating from each other. It is an open-ended question. We have to wait and see. In my own understanding of emerging global environments, geopolitical considerations, realpolitik confrontations, sphere of influence kind of political behaviors, balance of power kind of strategies are being on the rise. The number of people who argue that multilateralism or universalism or cosmopolitanism will continue to shape the dynamics of global politics are getting less and less. So a quite number of people across the whole globe are somehow quite pessimistic about the possibility of the world really becoming a global village in which we tend to define ourselves living in a kind of global common ship, okay? This is going to be somehow quite difficult. Unilateralism kind of practices are gaining ground in many different parts of the globe. Durable, long-term oriented, strong ideational or geopolitical alliance relationships are getting difficult to establish in today's environment. And the practices of strategic partnership, the practices of compartmentalization, the practices of multilateralism are gaining tractions all around the globe. I don't know what it means in terms of the changing dynamics of global politics, but I think we are somehow in the middle of a transitional stage. None of us knows how this process, how this journey will end. It might somehow end in a kind of third world war, who knows, because no one expected that the world powers would fight against each other before the First World War, but we had the First World War. So maybe we are sleepwalking to a kind of third world confrontation. I hope this is not the case at all, but I am not that much optimistic about this particular situation. Let me say something about the Turkish foreign policy orientation in the context of the discussion on this question. Just 2 or 3 important points, and I will give the floor to another speaker. Turkey is a middle power country. Turkey doesn't want to see that it needs to choose one particular global power at the expense of another. We don't want to feel ourselves a sandwich between Americans on the one hand, Chinese and Russians on the other hand, because as a middle power country, Turkey is quite happy with this emerging multipolar environment. It seems to increase its maneuvering capability. So the more confrontation in global politics, the more Cold War era kind of polarizations would somehow negatively affect Turkish foreign policy behavior. But we also know that over the last 2 decades, with the reign of Justice and Development Party here in Turkey, Turkey has been trying to pursue a kind of strategic autonomy-oriented foreign policy understanding. To what extent Turkish rulers have achieved this specific goal is an open-ended question. If by strategic autonomy we mean Turkey's estrangement from the Western international actors, yes, this has already occurred. But strategic autonomy seems to have also resulted in Turkey's growing degree of dependence on Russia and China to some extent. So Turkey has not proved to be a credible or successful geopolitical actors really in terms of playing one set of global powers off against another. We came further away from the West, but we came further closer to Russia and China. So there is a kind of problem with this strategic autonomy understanding. And we also know that in recent years, maybe based on its neo-imperialist mentality, maybe based on its political Islamic ideological orientation, Turkey has pursued a kind of aggressive and somehow expansionary foreign policy orientation, not only in the larger Middle Eastern region, but in many other parts of the globe. And this seems to have produced a degree of loneliness on the part of Turkish rulers. So the more Turkey has felt itself somehow lonely in its foreign policy in recent years, the more Turkish rulers have begun to take some initiatives in recent years to mend fences with the United States and with the European, and to help somehow decrease the kind of loneliness. So recent years have witnessed that Turkey has been trying to improve its relations with United Arab Emirates, Israel, Egypt, Saudi Arabia. But on the other hand, it is a kind of disappointment on the part of Turkey to witness that France and Greece are coming further closer to each other in such a way to form a kind of anti-Turkish alliance in the Eastern Mediterranean region. And it is another disappointment from Turkish perspective when we see that the United States somehow is pursuing similar policies, because Americans are not happy with foreign policy decisions of Turkish government. They are not happy with Turkey cooperating with Russia to a significant extent and even importing this S-400 surface-to-air missile technology. Really tough times are ahead of Turkey. We have to wait and see how this whole process will evolve. And finally, as a final thought, I'm of the view that Turkey, being a typical middle power, should join forces with other similar countries in such a way to form a kind of particular bloc in global politics that would be able to balance these global powers off against each other. This is going to be in Turkey's interest. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Tarık Oguzlu. Thank you for interesting lecture from bipolar, unipolar, multipolar approach and U.S. foreign policy, U.S. approach to China and Russia, and Turkish foreign policy and Turkish activity in the region and alliances and Turkish role in the Middle and Europe. Middle East and Europe in between. Thank you very much for your contribution and sharing your ideas. And last but not least, Professor Jakub Zajączkowski, please, the screen is yours. Please share your comments on this issues. I know that it's not, some issues are have been risen, but there's some Indo-Pacific still. I know that Professor is very focused on that region.
Thank you very much, Professor. First of all, I would like to thank you for invitation. It's a great pleasure and honor for me to take part in this very important conference seminar, and I'm very happy that I'm a part of today's event. And I would like also to thank Professor Zgulu and Professor Pugacewicz for presentations. So I'm in quite comfortable situation because they described already very precisely the situation also in Asia Pacific, in Indo-Pacific, and I think it is a consensus among us and among the scholars that the emergence of Indo-Pacific is one of the most important structural change in IR in the last 10-15 years. It is a consensus that it is very, very important factor in contemporary IR. And of course, this emergence of Indo-Pacific is caused by the rise of China. China has been in the last years more and more assertive if we take into account the new policy of China, especially since 2013, also new assertive policy of China towards India in 2020. So we could give a lot of evidence of this policy. But still, I think when we talk about Indo-Pacific, still, I think there are a lot of misperception and sometimes exaggeration. And it's still a debate on Indo-Pacific. What does it mean? And some scholars, journalists underline that there are a lot of different definition of Indo-Pacific. And if you take into account European countries, European Union countries, European Union adopted in September a strategy towards Indo-Pacific, but some scholars underlined that it is still a lot of different definitions, geographical definitions of Indo-Pacific. And in this context, I would like to underline one very important thing, and that the concept of Indo-Pacific is not a geographical concept. It is very political concept. It is very political concept. And even if you take into account a new strategy of European Union, when European Union first time used the term Indo-Pacific from September, it is very, very big change in European Union approach towards Indo-Pacific. It is some kind of I would say decision of European Union that in this competition between United States and China, Europe is going to be with United States. But of course, I would develop this later. European Union and especially new administration, American administration, Biden administration, they put stress on soft balancing policy towards China. I think it is and I fully agree with Professor Pugacewicz, it is a consensus since 2013, 2012 in the United States that China is a challenger, and unofficially, even in 2013-14, during Obama administration, unofficially, when I visited Naval College in Newport. A lot of people engaged in this college, they said directly, China is a big issue. China is a main enemy. I would like to remind you, 2014, it was Ukraine crisis, but for American elites in Naval College, China was number one. And of course, if you look at the documents adopted by United States in this time, 2014, 15, they started to underline that interdependence between Indian Ocean and the Pacific. The first time United States used this term Indo-Pacific in 2017. And it is, I agree that it is a consensus since 2013 that China is a challenger. But what is the difference between Biden administration and the Donald Trump administration? It is instruments. It is instruments. And one of the questions of Professor Fiedler was about AUKUS and about Quad. And of course, again, the Quad was again alive in 2017. It was after 10 years, it was the first meeting of representatives of Quad members in 2017. But frankly speaking, Quad was not so important, despite the rhetoric, for Donald Trump, because Donald Trump put stress on bilateral relations with Australia, with India, with Japan. He didn't have a clear idea what to do with Quad. What is the Quad? And of course, that's what, and it is the first thing. And the second thing, this anti-China rhetoric, very much anti-China rhetoric, was not accepted by many allies of United States in Asia, but also in the European Union. European Union members, and for example, India was aware that China is a big problem and challenger, but India was not interested in open confrontation with China. That's why a new policy of the Biden administration, which put stress on such values like democratic values, they put stress on such elements like liberal order, and which is stress. Okay, from one side we guarantee liberal order, and we're against alternatives order proposed by Biden administration. Biden administration does not use the term China so often like Donald Trump, and I think new administration gave more space for allies in Asia and in European Union, because what is the common elements for such countries like India, Japan, Australia, but also for European Union. These actors are not interested in very bipolar competition between United States and China. Why? Because when it will be such competition, the role of European Union, the role of India, the role of Australia would be very limited. So I think now we are in a new situation, and I also would like to underline one thing, because it is also discussion in this context about a new Cold War, about containment policy of United States towards China. I don't agree that we have a containment policy. We have some kind of, as I said at the beginning, soft balancing policy. United States and the European Union and allies of United States in Asia understand one thing, that open confrontation with China is not good for both sides. We have complexity. We have economic interdependence. So that's why, if we would like to explain the relations between European Union, Australia, India, Japan, in the context of China, I would use institutional balancing model, which puts stress on such element like complexity of relations between states, which put stress on cost-benefit calculations, which put stress on interplay between the distribution of power in the system and economic interdependence. But also, what is the new element, especially in the context of European Union and especially India, and I would like to focus on India and why I put stress on this model of institutional balancing. Because if we compare this model to traditional liberal model where we put stress on domestic factor, institutional balancing model put stress not only on internal balancing, but also they underline the significance of external balancing. European Union, India are aware we are not able to deal with China challenge alone. Even if we increase our capacity, even if we put stress on our development, we need to cooperate. We need to be together to deal with China issue. And one more last word. I think that the United States understood also one thing in the context of Indo-Pacific. If United States would like to be still an active ally in Asia, they should start put stress not only on military issues, but on infrastructure projects. And Professor Fiedler also mentioned about this new challenges in the context of pandemic, in the context of infrastructure. And that's why the Quad Summit, online summit from March 21, and also the Quad Summit and the first joint statement made by leaders of Quad in September 21 is evidence that the leaders would like to go beyond the traditional security perception, security issues. If we want to compete with China, we should offer something. We should offer something to this less developed country in Asia. And the last word, it was the question about global governance. So I think, of course, we are in the process of emergence of Indo-Pacific. We have competition between China and the US, but it is we have also element of cooperation, and I don't believe in any war between China and the US. And also in the context of Taiwan issue, I don't think we'll have, it is in my opinion impossible that it will be a war between United States and China. And also in the context of global governance, if I would ask you, okay, but what kind of alternatives China could offer? Of course, we could criticize United Nations system. We could criticize IMF, but we have such discussion since 2008. And we need also take into account one thing, that still China, India are the biggest beneficiary of globalization, and I don't think that we'll have a big change when we talk about architecture of global governance. Thank you very much, and of course I will be happy to answer your questions or to listen to your comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Jakub, and some optimism. The cost and benefits of glooming conflict, emerging conflict, the costs are really high. So it's interesting point of Taiwan is not a hotspot. It's not a real threat, because China and the US would like to avoid finally to veer that conflict. Please, these last 4 minutes, please, each speaker from Tomasz Pogacewicz, Tariq Oguzlu, and Professor Jakub, please, last comments for one minute, and to address also another speaker comments, ideas given us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor. It was a pleasure to listen to presentations by Professor Oguzlu and Professor Zajączkowski. It's this kinds of meetings like speed dating of ideas, and I make 2 pages of notes. Personally, the most interesting one from my perspective is that one from Professor Oguzlu. As in Poland, there are people who encourage government to follow Turkish way of using different great powers to their benefits. And as I understand, Professor Oguzlu is not so optimistic that this kind of strategy brings a lot of successes. And also, thank you from Professor Zajączkowski for pinpointing that we should not perceive Indo-Pacific as something objective, as something natural, geographical, but as a political idea. And the last one comment, yes, we need to make some space for research development of authoritarian soft power, because we were used that only democratic soft power exists, but we have now enough evidence to understand that in the area of political system, economic system, technological development, and non-democratic countries, and especially China, is growing soft power. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Professor Tariq, please.
Thank you, Thomas, for your kind words on my presentation. Turkish foreign policy seems to have directed a great degree of attention in recent years. We all know it. But let me add 2 important points in the context of Turkish foreign policy. One point is that we have greatly suffered from the so-called expectations and capability gap for a long period of time. We expected to achieve more than we could do it. So we are suffering the negative consequences of this situation very clearly. Second of all, we are looking for a kind of strategically autonomous identity in our foreign policy. We want to put it at the center of our international engagements, but our traditional Western partners find it difficult to understand how come that Turkey, a long member of NATO since 1952, how come that Turkey, a country which tries to become a member of the EU for about 40 decades, try to pursue a strategically autonomous foreign policy independent of strategic interests of Western partners. They still expect the key decisions to be taken in Washington and Brussels and then delegated to Turkey, expecting that Turkey would act as a kind of local representative or agent of the West in this geographical location. And this seems to cause a great degree of tension in Turkish-American relationship, Turkish-EU relationship. We have to find a solution to this problem, and how it will occur, I don't really know of the answer. I think Poland is somehow similar, in a similar situation. And you want to establish your autonomy, independence, establish your credentials as a sovereign country, but your European partners are putting a great degree of tension on you. What's happening to you? You are a member of EU. Yeah, there are some rules, blah, blah, blah. You know the story. I think should I stop here, Professor Fiedler, because it takes too much times.
Thank you very much for Professor Tariq and Professor Jakub. Jakub, please.
Thank you very much, and it is a really important topic for next seminar: soft power used by authoritarian states. I remember when 10 years ago, 11 years ago, in Warsaw, in Krakow, in Poznan, or in many European capitals, we expect more and more Chinese students coming to us, and the situation is completely different. More and more European students come to China. Why? Because China offers scholarships for students, 500-600 euro. In the case of Poland, we don't have such offer for not only Chinese students, but for students from outside the European Union. So it is very important, and that's why I could give a lot of evidence. If you go to Maldives, which state built a bridge from airport to main island, China. If we go to Sri Lanka, also a lot of infrastructure projects. So it is, and I think Biden administration and Biden administration and European Union understood these things. And I would like to cite the president of European Union, and she underlined this issue. We gave also a lot of, we spend a lot of money for different projects. But who is the owner of, who used the roads? Who is the owner of a port? China government. So as a European Union and United States understood one thing: we need to offer concrete project, and the world is not a black and white. We have a lot of challenges, complexity, interdependence, and if we don't offer nothing, this soft power used by authoritarian countries like China will dominate. And then the last word about United States, Taiwan, and China. Why I think it will be no war? Because also for United States, the status quo is the best option for United States. Why? Because if we take into account Taiwan Relations Act from '79, and the status quo gives United States position number one. We are a judge. We decided if we have any tensions in Taiwan, nobody look at Taiwan, nobody look at Beijing. Everybody looks at Washington. How Washington will interpret? Is it so? I think it is because of balance of power, the situation. The status quo is the best option for United States, and that's why Washington will try to maintain this status quo. But of course, it is a topic for next seminar. And once again, I would like to thank my colleagues, the old friend Tomasz Pugacewicz, the Professor Radosław Fiedler, Professor Przemysław Osiewicz, and a new friend, Professor August. Thank you very much for very, very interesting discussion.
Thank you very much for this very interesting contribution and discussion and different, but some common also ideas you provided us. We are a bit overused time, and so on behalf of Professor Foryszyński, I would like to invite you second panel at 10:30. Thank you very much, and see you on a conference on autocratic soft.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Bye-bye.
Uh,
Bye.
Thanks everybody on behalf of the EMU, all the participants, the moderator. Thank you so much. I think we have something like 5 to 10 minutes to stretch a little bit and kind of a small break so that everybody gets prepared. And exactly at 10:30 Polish time, we will be back for the second session.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
See you in 10 minutes. Rafał, jesteś tam? Czy to już działa?
Jestem, wszystko działa.
O, cześć.
No witam cię serdecznie.
Dobrze cię widzieć.
No wzajemnie, oczywiście.
No, cieszę się. Long time, tak?
No,
A
bardzo.
mamy pozostałych panelistów.
Dobry panu raz jeszcze.
Radek. O, czołem.
Witam, cześć.
Czołem. No, miło zobaczyć ponownie.
Tak jest.
I też.
Okej, to chyba jesteśmy wszyscy, prawda? To co, Radku, zaczynamy? No dobrze. So, gentlemen, or maybe ladies and gentlemen, if Heiria is with us, yeah? Welcome all. Good morning. Yeah, good morning to the second panel on European perspectives on security issues. And as we know, this panel is part of a larger event, international conference on security studies that brings together academics from Poland and from Cyprus, from Eastern Mediterranean University and from the Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań. And I'm honored to be associated with both universities. Yeah, I'm sure you know that until very recently, I was a member of the Department of Political Science and International Relations at EMU, and now I teach courses at Adam Mickiewicz University. And I really think that this conference, I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship between our departments. So let me turn to our panel and to introduce the panelists or discussants first, yeah, in order provided by the organizers, yeah. So the first to speak is Professor Rafał Ożarowski, professor at the University of Business and Administration in Gdynia. He works for the Department of Security, I understand, of the Faculty of Law and Administration, and the author of a number of monographs and scientific articles dealing also with security matters, primarily in the Middle East. Yeah, he's also a co-writer or co-editor of many other books. Yeah. The second speaker will be Professor Radosław Fidler from the Faculty of Political Science and Journalism of Adam Mickiewicz University and the head of non-European Political Studies Division, a fascinating department, a prolific academic writer, the author of many monographs and articles dealing, among other things, with external relations of the European Union, relations with Asia and the Middle East. The third speaker is Professor Filip Kaczmarek, professor of the University of the Poznań University of Economics and Business. Yeah. Other than that, in 2004-2014, he was a member of the European Parliament and a member of many European Parliament bodies dealing with European Union's relations with primarily ACP countries, yeah? African, Caribbean, and Pacific, and other bodies dealing with European Union's external relations. Yeah, and he too, he is an author of numerous academic publications on that issue. So let me express my warm welcome to all the panelists. I would like to remind you that the time frame of this meeting is strictly 1 hour, and the format will be precisely or the same as the first panel of this conference. Yeah. So that means every panelist will have like 5 to 10 minutes to make the original statement and presentation. Yeah, and then each of them will have a chance to react to presentations of other panelists, and perhaps questions we receive from the audience. Yeah, I'm sure you realize that this is also screened live, and we may receive feedback and questions from the audience as well. We'll be happy to receive those questions. Yeah. The objective of this panel, let me turn to the substance. The objective of this panel is to shed some light, to focus on the European perspective, or European perspectives, if you prefer, on security, to identify challenges facing European security today, as well as opportunities and perhaps prospects for the future. And indeed, we aim high. I will ask the panelists to share with us their views and thoughts on those very often thorny issues. More specifically, what I have in mind and what I would like to put before the panelists is this question. Yeah? Is there really a distinctive European security perspective? If yes, what is the role of the European Union in this area vis-à-vis its member states? Is the European Union an independent and autonomous security provider in its own right, or not? Again, if yes, how is the division of labor between the European Union and its member states organized? These are, I think, the most fundamental questions we need to address in this panel. Yeah. Second, I would like to ask you about the global role of the European Union. Is the European Union indeed a global organization in the field of security issues? Yeah. Your expertise is on European Union's relations with different parts of the world, yeah? Asia, the Middle East, and I would really appreciate your comments on this. Yeah. And I'm sure you have noticed that our panel was placed between the panel on global security issues and issues on regional perspectives. Yeah. So I understand this is a reflection of the organizer's view that the European Union combines the global with the regional perspective. Yeah. So and finally, or third, I would like us to comment on the European strategic compass process. I have to tell you that the timing of this conference is perfect, yeah, because it was only on Monday that the meeting of European Union's ministers for foreign affairs and ministers of defense jumbo meeting, as they call it today, discussed this document, the European Compass, which is the European Union's response to the security threats. Yeah? And the document begins. The document, by the way, is still secret, but there are some pieces of information about its content, and we know it from Borrell, what the highlights of this document could be. Yeah? The document, by the way, is meant to be adopted next year, and it is meant to be like an operational guide. This is what Borrell tells us. Yeah. And the document will deal with a number of very interesting steps to be taken by the European Union and the European Union member states. For instance, what is considered is the establishment of the European Rapid Reaction Force. It's not a new idea, but if it is inserted into this document and becomes operational, that would be like a really new and important development in the field of European defense and security. Or there is this idea that the European Union needs to react to those hybrid threats, like the hybrid threat which we see on the Polish border with Belarus, yeah? And it is expected that the European Union would develop some sort of a hybrid toolbox that would allow the European Union to react to hybrid threats. So I would like you to comment on this document, and it's really a contentious and debatable issue, and there are already many voices, yeah, from many experts on security, that this document may remain a paper exercise, yeah, that even though its language may be like very interesting and progressive, yeah, its implementation may be a problem, yeah, that follow-up may not happen, or capabilities this document is talking about would not be available to the European Union and its member states. So these are the questions I'm putting before you, and kindly asking to react. Yeah, and I'm sure that we will have a great conversation today, interesting and engaging. Yeah, and that the audience will be interested and educated, and that our panel will give them something to talk about and to think in the future. Yeah. So let us start, and I give the floor to Professor Ożarowski for his about 10 minutes presentation. Yeah, Rafał? The screen is yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction, Professor Wojciech. Thank you very much for the invitation for the conference. You raised a lot of questions, and I feel that because of the limit of time, I'll try to concentrate on the most fundamental issues. And I'll start with the Poland and the Polish perspective on the security, international security aspects, which are actually very visible, I would say like that, very visible in current time because of the tension and clashes on the Polish-Belarusian border. Let me start with one basic thesis that the problem of Polish perspective, I'll start with that, and then I'll proceed to the European Union at the end of my presentation. The problem of Polish perspective is that we truly believe still believe that NATO is able to solve all our problems regarding military threats or any threats which has actually big impact on our security and international security in the environment of our neighborhood. Actually, I think that since the events which happened in Afghanistan and before that in Iraq, of course, we cannot rely all the time in our minds, actually, in Poland, on NATO, which is some golden mean to solve our problems with international security. This formula relying on NATO as a military alliance is definitely doubtful at this moment, because all the circumstances changed regarding the hybrid wars, regarding the proxies, which are mainly applied by states or used by states in order to destabilize situation or to distract attention from one thing to another, and it makes a lot of confusion now, and we might be a bit definitely shocked, and even it might be unbelievable for some ordinary people that something like this, what we can see in the TV, happened in our border, that this direct international threat of refugee crisis came to our borders, and we didn't have any possibility to face with before this situation. And now in some voices, some politicians tries to just concentrate on NATO role in such a case, like Prime Minister was talking about the Article 4 or 5 of the Treaty of Washington, and actually we see that the NATO is not able to react in such a crisis, because it's obvious that NATO will not start any action against the regime which is supported or backed by the Russia, because it can make a huge conflict with a lot of consequences. So this is the first thesis, and the problem is that NATO, no matter of current situation, has still a prevail over the European security system, because the European security system is consisted of forces and states which cannot react so strictly as NATO can do. And in such a situation, I wouldn't say that we have some European security perspective. Of course, this perspective is correlated with some specific situation, like crisis on the Polish-Belarusian border, and when the European Union can speak with one voice and support Poland by all of the states. But all these crises can be solved only with the bilateral or multilateral diplomacy. And there is no any possibility to solve this crisis in a different way. It shows that actually it's not a coherent structure as it was in the past, actually. And comparing to NATO, actually European Union has no any capabilities to react in such a way. The problem is that NATO is not functioning properly as it was in the past, and it seems to be functioning properly, because we believed in NATO as I said, is a golden mean which can solve all our problems. After Afghanistan, we have ample proof that actually NATO is not able to successfully and effectively transform the situation in one state for a long period of time and then come back and then come back, and then after that, then to just I would say to make Afghanistan a state which cooperate with NATO for a next years and even now. So this is actually the basic issue that this specific situations connected with hybrid wars, proxies, and disinformation, cyber espionage, cyber attacks, which are backed by a lot of enemies, are definitely create situation that we can say there's no direct European security perspective which can resist with all these threats and these situations. And definitely it makes a lot of deadlocks, by the way, because Russia is definitely smartly maneuvering in this environment, and actually is able to keep with hybrid war, and is able to keep with the situation which created or influenced. So according to me, this is the main or basic problem of European security perspective. And actually, the global role of European Union in this case can be only regarded as soft power diplomacy, on a sort of some soft power diplomacy, or soft power actors, which cannot just take one stance in a real solution of this conflict. Actually, European Union at this moment has a lot of difficult specific conflicts, like recurring refugee crisis, or many economic crises, many interstate divergences, and it makes a lot of turmoil inside the European community, which actually, according to me, doesn't allow to react properly in one way. And this is, according to me, the basic problem of this situation. And actually, I was prepared for the NATO much more than the European community. That's why I'm trying to make some comparison. And finally, I think that NATO and European Union are showing two perspectives, and according to Polish stance, NATO is much more valuable in this case. However, we need to base on the European Union system, and it's problematic for the Polish perspective, because we are in a situation where there is a lot of clashes between members of European Union, and we do not accept some situation in European Union. And we stick too much to the NATO alliance. And then we see at this moment in Poland that it doesn't work properly. And NATO cannot guarantee for 100% our security, our Polish security. And this is the basic issue which I'd like to underline. And then we can, of course, afterwards discuss this in many comments and reflections. So I will not to answer about the global role of European Union, because I'm not a specialist of the European Union actually. However, I think that we can just consider this in terms of soft power, as I mentioned. And it's not a coherent institution which can be regarded as an object which can effectively solve problems, speaking with one voice. So that's why I supported the thesis that in case of European Union, the only level of reaction is a bilateral and sometimes multilateral diplomacy, and especially bilateral diplomacy, like meetings between one leader with another one, and then can decide about the solution and provide some solution for the conflict. So thank you for your patience. And actually, I wanted to underline the NATO role, not the European Union. I cannot just express many views on the global role of European Union. So I hope the next panelists will do that. And thank you very much indeed.
Sure. Professor Żarowski, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us. And accidentally, you were quite right to focus on NATO, because as we speak, the Friends of Europe think tank in Brussels is debating the synergies between the European Union's strategic compass and NATO's document. So this is very much on the agenda, and NATO undoubtedly has to be taken into consideration in our debate. So thank you very much indeed, and I invite now Professor Fiedler to take the floor.
Thank you,
Professor Fiedler.
Professor Wojciech, thank you for invitation. I'd like to share several comments. First of all, the issue of triangle, US, EU, China, is the problem of that EU is reluctant to China. I mean that in US perspective is rising competition, political tensions, and looming threat for global order, and it's not shared by Germany particularly because of benefits of in collaborating with China, and many promising but also aspect of that collaboration and fantastically great market, fantastic great market for different companies and consumer markets in China. Hundreds of millions middle class opting for also comfortable items, luxury items, and it's but it is also, I think, in that case, Germany, is the problem related with delayed response to China and Xi Jinping type regime, autocratic regime, is very strongly making interventions in China. For example, internet game closed down 6 hours per weekend, and it was a crunch on that game market. Bitcoin banned in China. It's sudden decisions can be positive and negative, can be undertaken, can be made, and also dangerous for European partners and companies who are very unsure that in China's market. And it is, if looking for German politics, and Germany now is a particular time because of forming new government. Olaf Scholz is trying to build a coalition with the Greens, FDP, free parties, and it's Olaf Scholz declares he would like to change internal and foreign policy. EU, we need to focus on from the German perspective, because it's a great economy and a significant player. And this issue now is related with the nuclear warheads, American US nuclear warheads in Bishop. German new politics, new government, still under discussion, under forming. Nowadays is declaring that this nuclear arsenal should be put away from Germany, and maybe France guarantees would be effective, and it would be enough for European security. I know that in the past in German politics, such declarations, such intentions were given in the past, decades ago. For example, Willy Brandt did it, but nowadays it's a kind of alarming, maybe in this relation with US security cooperation, the NATO, and EU and Germany particularly in that. And looking at this kind of pacific and pacifism and this intention that it's not a problem with a global power competition and looming threats from the Middle East, from Afghanistan, terrorism, cyber crime, and Russia as a hybrid wars and hybrid activity and gas crunch. This is annoying. And looking to addressing your Wojciech, Professor Wojciech, your issue about European forces is very difficult task. It needs at least 15-20 years, but from that moment, it should be a coherent policy of each member states, of each member states in the EU. The desire that we need to build a European EU army. So if such a decision has been taken, it would take at least 15-20 years to be a coherent and strategically important the army, operative in many levels, and to be to address the threats and challenges, also hybrid and to be a reliable security guarantee for the EU and its allies. And so I think it's long, and even no intention. Maybe that in 2004, 2005, EU constitution failed in this referendum in France and the Netherlands, and so the such a political integration in EU ended. And it is very important to be a political integration to build up a EU army. The NATO. Looking is still a reliable security provider for EU, for Poland. But we need to remember, it's not only summit meetings, it's a politics. The NATO should be politically updated constantly, because it's a guarantee. It's not a put once time the Article 4 and keep in move when we are in danger. It's not obvious, unfortunately, and we should working on a political update. Unfortunately, very I think very not. It was not diligent. It was not well spoke evaluation by President Macron that NATO is in brain deaf. it was such a slogan during Trump meeting with Trump, and Trump also undermined a bit in NATO as a security guarantee for transatlantic cooperation. And Trump, this president from EU, as particular Germany and France perspective, basically both sides. Trump was unpredictable for them, and in this unilateral and bilateral stance to chosen states and domestically driven policy, foreign policy, because it was a domestic interest basically for Trump policy. And in such administration with unfavorable for EU, for NATO, was an alarm, an alert. And unfortunately, it has not changed the policy to build up European security. Now is a Biden administration is much better. It's cooperation with traditional allies, particularly Western European partners. But there is still annoy desired by European politicians, and after Biden can be can come again Trump or new populism, because it's polarized, divided policy, and I also would like to focus on the pandemic, COVID pandemic effects for European politics. It's very important because still we are under pandemic. And it's not unfortunately it has not ended, and the economic consequences are not good. It's inflation, high rate inflation. It's a disruption in supply chains and chip crisis, and it's also it's evidence that Europe has overslept the reality to build regional economy links, more regionally focused with, for example, semiconductors and chip, important for car industry, but not only car industry, the strategically important items for also for normal activity, functioning economy. And it's a problem. I think that inflation can turn into stagflation, and the economy, we should remember, should be aware that the economy would the crisis, economic crisis or stagflation is a bad momentum, can make worse politics and the alliances. And the last remark about Poland and migration crisis. I remember 2015. It was a migration crisis, and Poland was very reluctant to address that threat and that issue, not threat, it's a challenge. We were not interested in helping, in easing this challenge, a very important challenge for EU solidarity, and we failed in that exam. So I think we are now a bit alone of that issue because of our 2015 attitude. We can address it. I think finally it would be settled, but it also serves internal domestic policy in Poland in making some politics results for a governing party, for the government, because it's constant threat, border crisis. Who is the security provider? The government and its agents, agencies. So in that issue, we should refocus our policy on EU, and also we should focus on long-term strategy to build up EU armies in the interest of Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, and Central European countries, and also EU. It will be a long lasting. I think it should be the goal. Very important to do it, to attain it. Thank you. I don't exploit the issues. I wanted to say more, but I know the time is going on.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have this rigid time frame you have imposed on us, Professor Fiedler. So thank you very much for your contribution and for bringing like new aspects of European security to the floor. So let me invite the third speaker, Professor Kaczmarek, and invite him to share his thoughts on European security with us. Professor Kaczmarek?
Thank you very much. I will focus on the third question, your question, related to the strategic compass, because it's really timing for discuss it, just because of the meeting of the Foreign Affairs Council and Security Ministers. It's obvious that EU member states encounter increasingly complex security threats. You all know them: transnational terrorism, coercion of arms control regimes, cyber attacks, hybrid wars, civil wars, and so on. And these threats have led to the conclusion that it is the right time to make changes. That's why the EU last year described it as momentum to push for EU initiatives to deliver on Union's level of ambitions in defense. Charles Michel, the European Council President, declared even that the year 2022 will be the year of European defense. European Defense Summit is expected to take place in February next year. So it seems that it will be very important period of time and for future of defense or security policy of EU. And I think that is a little bit too early to answer your first and second question. Perhaps the spring next year it will be closer and it will be easier to describe the future role of EU in global on global scene and in security issues. Anyway, the institutional response for the situation, for the moment, was the new concept called the strategic compass. Is new kind of concept, would say, and objective of strategic compass is to bringing clarity, guidance, and incentives to completing the common security and defense policy. And of course, it's not easy task. In addition, the timetable for doing that is very ambitious if we compare with other EU policies. The strategic compass was launched June 2020, and is envisaged that the EU leaders will endorse the compass in March next year. So it's really very short time, and it shows, in my opinion, the political will to do something for improved the security policy of EU. Strategic compass entails three pillars: complex strategic reflection, threat analysis, and strategic dialogue among member states. And it's also is a very specific structure around four interlinked thematic baskets. crisis management, capabilities, resilience, and partnerships. Of course, all of these baskets are important, and none of them should be overlooked. But what is crucial from my point of view, and perhaps is also the hope for this new concept, this new document, is fact that unlike the EU global strategy, which was adopted in 2016, and this global strategy was in the way that the EU institution take the lead. And in opposite, in strategic compass, is the member state-led process, and EU institutions playing a supporting or coordinating role only. So the role of the member states at the very beginning of the process was underlined, and it was decided that the member states would be the leading institutions inside the process. One of the process objectives is also to operationalize the EU strategy autonomy level of ambition. I agree that it's rather we should talking about the declarations on or ambitions. Yeah, it's not real autonomous, and EU has not real autonomous security policy. It's just willingness to have such level of autonomy, and to provide political guidance to refine the determined in the EU global strategy in light of shifting geopolitics and other emerging trends on the threat spectrum. Right? So the real objective is seeking the better link strategic, operational, and capability needs through the concrete and action-able proposals. And what means actionable proposal? It's the role of member states. If the member state will not accept something, and even if this decisions or concept will have the EU stamp, it will not implement it, because only the proposal which are actionable from the perspective of member states have the chance to be really introduced. And we are in very, as Professor Poliszewski already mentioned, we are in very crucial point of state of play, because on Monday, where the minister has the first chance to discuss the draft, which is not public document, and the official statement of Council is very short, that the Justice Minister exchanged the views on the first draft, and is nothing concrete in the official statement, but fortunately we have some reports from the journalists from Reuters agency, which have seen the document, and they describe the crucial points of the document yesterday. So I quote now: the European Union is considering a joint military force of up to 5,000 troops by 2025 to intervene in a range of crises and without relying on the United States. And the new fact is here the date, that these troops should be organized to 2025. And the second important information, I think, is that the EU presidency chair, Slovenia, told reporters after the meeting on Monday evening that government reactions were positive for this first draft, but noted that traditional divide between EU states focus on Russia, for example, like Poland, but Polish we were represented only by foreign minister, defense minister was not there, and those worried about terror attacks and instability on the bloc's southern flank. So we have still this division between the countries or member states more oriented on east and problem with Russia, and those which are more focused on south, which is not really surprising. And I think that the conclusion of this information on the strategic compass up to now is that the strategic compass is both an opportunity and a challenge in the same time, because it will be an opportunity if it lives up to the hopes placed in it. This level of hopes is already limited, I think, but it will be the chance, yeah, it will be success. But it will be a challenge if member states fail to find agreement, or what is, in my opinion, more possible, they will find agreement, but the agreement will be not effectively implemented. So it's the problem with quite number of European or documents where the document is very nice, well designed, accepted, adopted, but implementation is not very successful. So personally, I am not very optimistic as the role of the strategic compass for the future security policy of EU. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments and sharing your reflections with us. Yeah. So let me perhaps summarize the arguments presented in this panel. Yeah. In perhaps 3 or 4 points before I give you the floor, to make your final statements and comments. Yeah. First of all, the conclusion is that this is the right time to act and to change, yeah, to make changes. Because of those many threats. Yeah, I think the document we referred to begins with this pretty alarming statement that Europe is under threat, or threats from different sources. You have identified those threats. Yeah, China, Russia, cyber security. This is all on the agenda. Yeah. The conclusion number 2 would be that this is really a difficult and debatable topic, and it's very difficult to find like a common view for this future development. Yeah, Europe doesn't speak with one voice, and in any case, whatever reform we are talking about is at a very early stage of development. And the conclusion number 4, I think that we can draw from this panel is a little skepticism about the chance that this security reform is indeed agreed upon, and even more skepticism about the prospect of its implementation. Yeah? And I think the conclusion number 5 would be that what will be essential for the future development will be the European Union working hand in hand with NATO. Yeah? That this is perhaps one way of addressing the security threat faced by the European Union and its members. So let me now turn to the final statements of the panelists and give you like 1 minute each to make your final comments and to say if you agree with the conclusions I have formulated on your behalf, or maybe you have something to add or change. Yeah, Professor Ożarowski, this is your 60 seconds. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Right. Yes, of course, I agree with you, Professor, about that. NATO must go hand in hand with the European Union in resolving all or any international security dilemmas. However, it's not so easy, according to me, to estimate. Just it's a simple theoretical assumption, and I think that we cannot compare the ability or capabilities European Union and NATO. It's obvious because NATO is a military alliance and has a definitely different means, and it was established actually to react in a definitely different way than the European Union can do. So at first, I think that the problem is it should be located on the changing threats and the evolution, and however, somehow I would say the specific, even dynamic changing the threats. What we can observe on our border between Poland and Belarus now, NATO is not able to, it wouldn't be able to properly react at this moment. And why this crisis was definitely created by the Belarusian regime, because they could do this, having behind Russian state and being backed up by Russian state. This is the explanation. And they knew and they know actually that NATO cannot react properly for such a hybrid, let's say, war or hybrid crisis, or any disinformation using disinformation methods and using proxies. And this is the explanation. And regarding, just in brief, regarding the European Union and the European security perspective, it can be, according to me, can be regarded just in a soft power and soft power diplomacy. They have no any means to react. Even if you talk about some rapid reaction forces, which is actually big issue of discussion since many years. And this is pessimistic, because the threats are dynamic and they are changing all the time in very quick. They're changing in very quick time. So this is actually posing a real threat for us, because we now in Poland do not know actually how to behave facing such crisis, and there is no any exact strategy for reaction. And it shows us that we are in a big dilemma in such moments, and we cannot rely basically on the European Union as a coherent actor, and we cannot rely on NATO, because we know now at this moment that NATO is not ready for taking any action in relation to the eastern countries, yes, where the Russia is.
Thank you.
On the horizon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Fiedler, 1 minute, please.
I know, 60 seconds. I know this is still upgrade. The NATO is essential, and also the strategic reflection on EU policy to China, on particular member states to China, and it should be consistent with US strategy and US policy to be responsive in NATO and also to be a reliable partner in that area, international area. A reluctant EU is a reluctant NATO, and the crisis NATO and the brain death, as Martin said. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Professor Kaczmarek, 1 minute.
Thank you. I agree with your conclusions, Professor Wolesinski. I would add one thing. I think that the EU should be more realistic in planning different kind of politics, including the security policy. And the security compass is step in good direction in that sense. I give you an example. Earlier, you discussed the army on level of 50,000 troops. Now it's 5,000, and I think that 5,000 is much more realistic than 50,000. So it's better do something slower, but we wish to have than failed. So, and also this decision that the process is member state led is also the sign of realism in EU policy, because security issues are very important for the member states, and I don't believe that they decide to left their competence to EU on security issues. So I am not very optimistic, but I believe that the realists can serve EU. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. And Professor Cezanne, I see your hand. Yeah, so please pop in And
Thank you so much.
please add your comment. Yeah?
Thank you so much, Wojciech. Of course, I wanted to ask this question, but I think due to the time, I will leave this question for all the participants to think about. I think that once the EU strategic compass document is unfolded, will be made public, I think that there should be a very close comparison of that with the 2021 NATO summit communique and see how compatible they are and how incompatible they are, and what does that mean for the future transatlantic relations, meaning between, let's say, to use the old terminology, Western and European countries and United States, sort of the traditional allies. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your contribution. So thank you very much for your participation. I thank the panelists for their comments, and I thank all the people who watched our meeting, and I will invite you to the following panel, which will start at 1 o'clock, and will focus on regional perspective on Eastern Mediterranean. Yeah, that promises to be a very sort of exciting topic, you know, and interesting. So you are warmly invited to join us at 1 o'clock for the continuation of our conference. Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, thank you,
Thank you,
President.
Wojciech.
Thank you.
And
Bye-bye.
for
See
all
you.
the international followers, 1 p.m. Polish time, 2
Yes.
p.m. Cyprus time,
2
and
p.m.
3 p.m. Turkey time. We'll be back for the next session.
Thank you.
And
Thank you
now,
for the.
and now we will have something what participants like much about online conferences. So it will be lunch break without lunch, right?
well, okay.
Przemek would provide us
Yes.
lunch. International lunch.
Once you come to Poznań, it's on the house. You have it. By the way, so we'll have like 2 panels. As Professor Frosiński has just said, and also Professor Sezan, will have 2 panels. The first one starts at 1 p.m. and then the second will follow immediately after, the one which will start at 2:15. And the last panel discussion will be dedicated to Central Eastern Europe. So I can promise you that we'll touch upon the migrant issues as well, right? So everybody's welcome. So yet at the moment, everybody's welcome to join us for a virtual lunch.
Virtual. Hybrid, perhaps, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
See you
Many
guys.
thanks to all participants. Many thanks to Professor Kaczmarek, Professor Żerowski, and Professor Fiedler. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Lovely to see you. Yeah, again. Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon. Hello again. I think we can start with the third panel, right? After this incredible lunch.
Okay, so shall I start, Przemek, yes?
Yes, yes. So the floor is yours, Karol. The Zoom is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear Arkadaşlar, it's really nice to see you. And my name is Karol Bieniek. I'm honored by the organizers to be usher of this session, the session which is first today, the session that moves us from the typically global perspective and the European perspective of security to a specific region, which is this time Eastern Mediterranean region. In this session, we are going to deal with sophisticated issues, sophisticated problems with no obvious answers, and I hope that 1 hour time shall be enough just to briefly analyze them and to benefit from the knowledge of our distinguished speakers. In this session, we are supposed to have the 2 speakers. The first one, let me introduce Dr. Ahmed Susan from EMU, Eastern Mediterranean University. Good afternoon, Professor. It's a great pleasure to have you here in this conference. The second speaker, who I actually don't see now, shall be also from the same university, Assistant Professor Dr. Eileen Wirzel. I don't think I'm not seeing her, so I don't have any knowledge if she will.
I think there is an update. Eileen is sick, so Ipek Borman is joining us.
Okay, so then we shall have only 2 speakers, and so the second speaker, the remaining one, is Assistant Professor Dr. Hayriye Kahveci from the Middle East Technical University, the Cyprus branch of this distinguished university based actually in Ankara. Since we are having only 2 speakers, I would argue that I will give you 15 minutes time for your presentation, for your speech. Please, during the speech, during the presentation, you are free to discuss the issues you are working on and the issues that are important in terms that you perceive them as important for this area and the security studies of this area. However, I have the 3 questions in my mind, and I would be happy if I could agree all of us benefit from your knowledge on this specific question. Obviously, since I'm the chair of this panel, the first one deals with Turkey and Turkey's geostrategic vision and energy concerns in the Eastern Mediterranean security architecture. I would be very happy if you could please evaluate this vision and answer the question basically, how do you think, to what extent the Turkish activism clearly visible in this region recently can be perceived as a tool with a view to envisage and in a view, in order to overcome the country's recent loneliness, or rather, better to say, isolation in the foreign policy of Ankara. This is a really interesting question, I think. Another issue that is also important while we are dealing with the security of this area deals with the new alliances. I mean, the context of Greece, Cyprus, and Egypt. I would be really happy to know your opinion about the nature of this alliance and the potential limitation of this tripartite alliance. To what extent can this political alignment alter the balance of power and the security architecture in this region? And the last question is dealing with the external powers of this region. Since in this area we are having the old players, the new players, and also the external players. Some of them are there from forever, and some of them are quite new. Then quite new, I'm arguing with China. I would like you to tell us a few words about the role of China in the region and potential advantages and the threats of this involvement of this country in this area. Since our experts are the leading in foreign policy of Turkey, foreign policy of Cyprus, and they have a broad knowledge of the region as well, I assume that we should have a good discussion with presentations and discussion afterwards. After you finish, after the 15 minutes, we will proceed to the second speaker, and then I will summarize your speech, and then we shall have the Q&A session with comments, and maybe you have some to discuss between 2 of you as well. So, dear Professor Susan, the floor is yours. Bashar Olson, here you can start now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carol. Just a small correction. We have a speaker who is sick, so we have a new speaker who is Dr. Ipek Borman. She is with us, so we will be 3 speakers during this presentation, during this panel. So I think that we should keep it to 10 to 12 minutes, I think, so that we'll have ample time for discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sorry for, my apologize for not introducing the effect since she is with us and she is ready to deliver her speech.
I just sent you a message from chat, so she's here with us.
Oh, okay.
We appreciate that.
Thank you very much. We're happy to welcome you, Dr. Ipek Borman from EMU University. And so we will stick to the time schedule, 10 minutes for each presentation. Please, the floor is yours. You can start. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much again. I'll try to sort of set the stage for understanding Eastern Mediterranean today. I usually in my analysis, instead of focusing on the domestic, the region from itself, I usually start with a macro level or global level and then zoom into the region and domestics so that we can understand how global and other regional trends are impacting on the region. Otherwise, we risk to become sort of myopic or we have a narrow way of looking at things. So let me start with the last 10 years. I think there is a global trend towards more rise of populist politics that we have observed. Trump's America, Brexit, and many other regions in the world have been engaged in this, what I call rise of populist politics. And as you know, there are some characteristics of this populist politics, one being anti-establishment, the other being anti-institutions, and these populist leaders or politicians, they regard both international as well as domestic institutions as irrelevant, or they belittle them and whatnot. And connected to this, we have also seen on the global level a kind of erosion of democratic values. I sometimes use the metaphor Samuel Huntington's third wave, where he talks about rise of democracies. I think what we have been going through is the third wave reverse, where we have been seeing more and more countries becoming, once democratic, becoming more authoritarian regimes. Meanwhile, on the global level, I think there is a new power configuration shaping. What I mean by that is the relative rise of China on the one hand, and maybe less relative rise of Russia, and a relative decline of the United States, which is creating this new power configuration or new power balance on the global scale. And of course, this has regional impacts or regional repercussions. There is also a rift between United States and Europe that has became more acute during the Trump era. Now, zooming to Europe, which we have done in the morning session, but just to mention the impact of this new power configuration is with Brexit, for example, there is a new void or new power vacuum within Europe. And we have seen, for example, France in the last several years becoming more assertive, becoming more visible, both in the European theater as well as in the other regions like Middle East or Eastern Mediterranean. So things like Emmanuel Macron's statement that NATO came to brain dead, in my opinion, was not accidental or random, but rather explains how, for example, France is trying to fill this vacuum created by Brexit. And France became, although it's a Mediterranean country, but nonetheless, it's not an Eastern Mediterranean country. France became much more visible. Last year, there was this rise of tension between France and Turkey in Eastern Mediterranean. Today, we see a new pact within NATO between France and Greece, for example. So I think that it is all part of this new power configuration where everything is almost up for grabs, and all the regional countries in the Eastern Mediterranean are trying to fill that void, try to exert their sovereignty as well as their assertiveness and visibility. And meanwhile, of course, Turkey, as an important actor in this region with the longest shore to Eastern Mediterranean, is also aware of this new power configuration, and it became also more assertive in the region, both diplomatically as well as by using gunboat diplomacy, by using more military means. And meanwhile, in the last several years, especially with the start of the Arab Spring, the policies that Turkey follows, which is a kind of departure from traditional Turkish foreign policy, which meant basically that Turkey should keep away from the conflicts of the Middle East, be neutral to the conflicts. Turkey did just the opposite. It sided with one party in the conflicts. And this created what Carol, in fact, asked the question, a new bloc forming in front of Turkey, with the Republic of Cyprus, Greek Cypriot-dominated Republic of Cyprus, getting into cooperation agreements with Greece, with Egypt on the one hand, with Greece and Israel on the other hand. In a way, this new bloc was based on this motto that enemy of my enemy is my friend. And Turkey became almost like isolated in this region. It started to feel this isolation more and more in the last several years. That's why Turkey started to become more assertive in order to prevent any fait accompli that can take place by this bloc in the region. That's why, for example, Turkey signed diplomatically a memorandum of understanding on maritime issues with Libya, with the then government of Libya, or Turkey used its navy in order to stop the Italian ENI in drilling in the waters of Cyprus. So in my opinion, the struggle in the Eastern Mediterranean in that sense is this new power configuration, rather than what some people suggest that this is actually a struggle to more, to control or to own more natural resources like hydrocarbons. And that's my personal opinion. I think the geopolitical game is much more important than the already what we call confirmed amount of natural gas which has been discovered in the region. If you look at, except today with the energy crisis in Europe, if you look at the trends in hydrocarbon prices, it's not really going up. And also if you take into consideration the fact that Europe and some other regions are moving more towards renewable energy tells you a lot about the future of natural gas. And also knowing the fact that the American shale gas is now being pumped to the world markets, the commerciability of the natural resources, hydrocarbons in the Eastern Mediterranean, has a lot of question marks, whether it is profitable to dig them out and whatnot. But nonetheless, where we are going to today in the Eastern Mediterranean is more security-oriented, more sovereignty and realpolitik, power politics game. This is the dominant paradigm, I think, in the Eastern Mediterranean today. Now, the big question is, how do we move away from this dominant paradigm towards more cooperation, towards, to use the classical term, low politics, let's say, issues, being able to cooperate on low politics issues so that, you know, just like the evolution of the EU, we might expect some spillovers to other sectors, including the security sectors, which can make this region more secure and more peaceful. So I think I'm going to stop here. I just did my 10 minutes, and if there will be any questions, I'll be very happy to answer at the end of the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to you, Professor Susan, for sharing your opinions and it's really interesting to hear your statement, and the power struggle is getting more and more important, especially while comparing this the energy issues, which are, I think, dominating the especially current media discourse in Europe and also in this region. I personally agree with this statement, and I will try to refer to this afterwards, after we finish with all the English speakers. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much again. Ladies and gentlemen, since Eileen is not here and she has been replaced by dear Dr. Ipek Borman, I would like now give the floor to Ipek, and again, dear Ipek, my apologies for not introducing you in a proper way, but still, it's really good to have you here. You have 10 minutes from now on, and the floor, the Zoom is yours, dear
Ipek. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Well, I will try to explore the effect of the strategic thinking, mainly on the Eastern Mediterranean and the Cyprus problem from a security perspective, and mostly talk about its limitations and, of course, prospects for the future. Well, the Eastern Mediterranean region has been important in the strategic thinking in particular, and the security studies in general, not only within the context of the Cyprus problem, but from a wider regional perspective, where external actors are also greatly involved due to the geostrategic importance of the region. As such, of course, the island of Cyprus, located at the very heart of the region, has always been pursued as lying at the crossroads of civilizations, between the East and the West, between Europe and Asia, or between Europe and the Middle East, depending on the lens, of course, with which you are looking at the issue. Lying in the middle of a historically important expansion route, Cyprus has been portrayed as being subject to constant intervention, invasion, domination, colonization by foreign powers throughout its history, and also has been a strategic part of important historical and political processes which constituted and shaped the balance of power among the contending actors, not only regionally, but globally as well. Given the presence of the Cyprus problem itself, where you do not only see an internal ethnic conflict, but where you also have the extreme involvement of big actors, mostly resulting from the dynamics of the Cold War period, such as the Great Britain, of course, as an imperial power, the United States, as well as the then Soviet Russia to a certain extent. The Eastern Mediterranean, again, has been portrayed as another chessboard from the strategic prism of traditional security approaches. Of course, we have two important regional actors in this picture, namely Turkey and Greece, which happen to be accepted as the two motherlands in relation to Cyprus. Well, I believe that this strategic prism has been very problematic with regard to the security discourses and as a result, the security policies within the context of the Cyprus problem, as well as within what we now see as an emerging security complex in the Eastern Mediterranean region. In an maybe oversimplified manner, we can say that there is indeed a security paradox in Cyprus, which we have also started to see in this emerging security complex in the Eastern Mediterranean. And looking inside the island and in relation to the Cyprus problem, we see two antagonistic and mutually exclusive security discourses embodied in the Turkish Cypriots and the Greek Cypriots, as well as in terms of their respective security policies. The solution of one is another's taboo issue, and this unfortunately works both ways, relevant for both communities in Cyprus. Therefore, one side's security has always been seen at the expense of other sides' security, which at the end mutually implicated and reinforced the existing societal insecurities in both communities. Namely, while the abolition of the guarantee system and the withdrawal of foreign troops have become a fixed and natural security discourse of the Greek Cypriot side, the continuation of the guarantee system and the presence of foreign troops, namely Turkey, at least at certain numbers, have become the fixed and natural security discourse of the Turkish Cypriot side. So we, in addition to that, we have the exclusionary nationalistic narratives of the two motherlands enmeshed in these discourses, which in turn resulted in a very clear-cut security paradox with regard to the Cyprus problem. Well, this security paradox does not only exist in the exclusionary security policies of both sides, but as I slightly mentioned a bit ago, also very much embedded in the reconstruction of societal insecurities in both communities. And looking from the strategic prism of the traditional security approaches, there is a very inherent what some critical security study theorists call as fatalism in this, in the sense that there is no escape from this security paradox, as if there is no escape from the security paradox. Unfortunately, this thinking has been very dominant in the security considerations of both sides, as well as of Turkey and Greece. And it has prevailed significantly over the security chapter at the negotiating table between the both sides. What is more fatalistic, even more fatalistic, is actually the extent this thinking has, constituted and reconstituted the societal traumas, fears and insecurities at the human society level in Cyprus. And we now see the same exclusionary and fatalistic thinking in this emerging regional security complex of the Eastern Mediterranean. Both the discourses and the practices of the same security paradox that exist in relation to the Cyprus problem now seems to exist in relation to the Eastern Mediterranean region. Because what we have been witnessing in the Eastern Mediterranean, especially through the hydrocarbon activities in the last 2 decades, but especially in the last decade, is the construction of yet another two mutually exclusive and antagonistic security discourses, as well as practices that have the potential of creating yet another security paradox covering Cyprus and the Eastern Mediterranean on a wider scale. On the one hand, we see the Turkish Cypriot side and Turkey forming one bloc, and on the other hand, we have the Greek Cypriot side as the sovereign Cyprus and Greece forming another bloc, but this time the Greek Cypriot side and Greece bloc having the advantage of widening their bloc through the inclusion and participation of other important regional actors like Egypt, Israel, as well as global actors like France and the United States. And consequently, we see a high level of securitization and militarization in both blocs, again, creating a security paradox, not only in terms of discourses and policies, but also in terms of largely impacting on the already established, societal traumas of societal fears, traumas and insecurities of the respective, communities, groups on this wider region. And what is peculiar in this situation is that, unlike the Cyprus problem, there is no dialogue on the Eastern Mediterranean between the involved parties. At least the security aspect of the Cyprus problem is one of the main chapters being discussed at the negotiating table between the two sides, as well as the guarantor powers. However, the dialogue on the Eastern Mediterranean has been carried on exclusively by the blocs, despite the fact that these actors overlap with one another in multiple security contexts, both in the region and beyond. For example, both Turkey and Greece are NATO members. Greece and the Greek Cypriot side are EU members, while Turkey is a candidate country, even though its membership is now frozen. And there are other venues and contexts which each of these countries intersect with other actors in the region. Therefore, the securitization of this regional complex in the Eastern Mediterranean further complicates the matters for the whole region and carries the risk of triggering conflicts beyond the discourses and the policies. We know the navies chasing the vessels set off for the exploration and exploitation activities. Here, of course, the sovereignty issue, as Ahmet Hoca also touched upon, plays an important role in the lack of dialogue over the Eastern Mediterranean between the two contending blocs, which is directly linked to the essence of the Cyprus problem. The Greek Cypriot side acknowledges itself as the sovereign, legitimate government of Cyprus, and which is accepted as such by the international community, and do not see any place for the Turkish Cypriot side in such a dialogue over the Eastern Mediterranean, as issues like natural resources, mainly the hydrocarbons in this case, and energy are seen as matters of their own sovereignty and totally exclude any participation of the Turkish Cypriot side. We know that even the European Union had attempts in order to initiate such a dialogue, but unfortunately failed. So again, this clashes with the status problem within the Cyprus problem. Any resolution which seems not possible at the moment, given the circumstances, when there is no, formal negotiations going on.
The conclusion, since
yes, I am concluding. So it seems that we have approached a point where we need alternative ways of reading and practicing these security discourses and policies, which are antagonistic and exclusionary. If we ever want to overcome this security paradox that constantly constitutes and reconstitutes itself, moreover, in new different areas. And this is, again, in my view, directly linked to the societal insecurities, which have been long forgotten vis-a-vis the Cyprus problem, in the sense that dealing with them effectively through processes of reconciliation and trust building between the two communities and between the respective groups has always been regarded as an inferior issue to the formal negotiations between the two sides. So to be able to imagine a peaceful future for Cyprus and the whole region, we need to reflect more on those, societal insecurities, traumas and fears, and bring out the importance of human agency in the security considerations, with the aim of not only, mitigating the security paradox, but to effectively transcend it. And I believe for this reason, it is essential that there is a rethinking of the Cyprus problem out of its wider strategic prism, which certainly implies an inability of, contextualizing the problem and related problems outside their strategic connotations. Those political discourses and societal insecurities, which resist above anything else transforming the two communities over the course of the history. So we need to find means to transform the two communities from their, exclusionary ethnic identities, where they have internalized computing security policies, and into a more post-national and pluralistic community of Cyprus.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Vivek, for this comprehensive analysis. It is always really interesting to see how the countries do follow the realist or neo-realist paradigm in the terms of foreign policy making. And this is actually the context of the security paradox, Greece, Cyprus, and Turkey. We will refer to this issue later on. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. And now please let me give the microphone to our last, but not least speaker, Dr. Haile Kapteci from METU Cyprus. Please, the floor is yours, Haile.
Thank you very much, Carol. It's really interesting because we didn't really talk about what we were going to talk in this session before, but the things that we had on our mind and your questions overlap somehow. So Ahmet Hoca provided a big zoom out picture, and then Ipek made a zoom into the Cyprus. So I'm kind of bringing it to the middle level, the Mediterranean level in general. So recalibrating the zoom into a middle ground and look at to the Mediterranean region in general, and then kind of try to look at to the Eastern Mediterranean, because, well, I am coming from a regional studies background. So I am an international relations person and coming from a regional studies background and recently focusing on Eastern Mediterranean, like over the last decade. So rediscovering my roots somehow. So coming from a regional studies background, it was really interesting to observe that Mediterranean as a region has never fully found the place it deserved in the discipline of international relations, let alone security studies. So it was either, I mean, okay, if you look at to very like old historical materials and Ferdinand Braudels working, there is this emphasis on the Mediterranean region, but still, you know, as a unit of analysis, it hasn't been fully achieved. I mean, it's not like Middle East, it's not like Europe, it's not like Asia or Africa or Latin America, or not post-Soviet or Central Asia. It's kind of, well, it's in everything, but it's not there. So even if you look at to the foreign policies and foreign policies of organizations like the European Union itself, I mean, they have some Mediterranean agenda somehow, but still there is no comprehensive approach. So as a security complex as well, Mediterranean has been somehow sidelined, ignored, or included within broader Middle Eastern politics or European matters or North African matters. And even if you look at to Turkey and Greece, you know, like these two regional actors that we have been like making reference to frequently, or if you look at to bigger region, international actors like United States, again, Mediterranean or Eastern Mediterranean was not part of their foreign policy agendas. It was, again, sidelined, attached to, I mean, if you look at the Turkey and Greece, it's the Cyprus politics in their foreign policies, not the Mediterranean politics. Only very recently, if you look at Turkey, you see Mediterranean developing as an agenda in it. And of course, it has very much to do with the energy. But energy, not specifically about the Eastern Mediterranean, but the energy agenda that has been involved in Turkish foreign policy, starting from the Cold War, dissolution of the Soviet Union, and the inclusion of the Caspian region to the energy market and agendas. So when you look at to post-Cold War understanding of international relations discipline or approach of international relations discipline to the Mediterranean and Eastern Mediterranean specifically, it seems to me that this ignorance, or let's say, not ignorance, but like ignoring or disregarding it as a whole region somehow considered. So it's still vaguely considered as a unit of analysis, as an area studies focus, but it is more broadly considered within the broader framework of the Cold War kind of political issues. So if you look at to the West, like Europe, if you look at to the United States, if you look at, even you can consider Turkey and Greece, and to some extent Russia within that framework, the way that they look at to the region is haunted by the political agendas of the Cold War. So they talk about regional conflicts, hot issues, Arab Spring, migration, military kind of drills in the area, divergent military claims, is all sovereignty and power related and competition related jargon that they are involved with. And yes, it pushes the way that we look at to the region into that, well, security complex that Ipek kept repeating in her presentation. It's haunted by the Cold War. So yes, the Cyprus problem and its like domestic elements may have an influence in it, and the region may mirror itself. But I think they were all, including the Cyprus problem itself to some extent, you know, are inherited illnesses of the Cold War era in terms of the international geopolitics. So we have a tendency to look at, if from a Western prism, okay, we have it, or from a European prism, we have a tendency to look at everything from the hard, securitized power politics understanding. Here comes, I think, the interesting thing about the Eastern Mediterranean, which actually is very much related to what Ahmedo just said, that there is a power shift going on in the region at the global scale, because US is not the US anymore. It cannot really be the policeman or the superpower. Russia is not the Russia. And of course, if you think about the military security arrangements, whatever, we now realize that, when you talk about security, it's not enough to talk about those anymore. And this shift in terms of global actors being active in the Eastern Mediterranean region is kind of moving more and more towards Asia. And this brings me to your new alliances or new actors question, the last point of your question. And I see a new actor that has been under the radar for a long time, and that's China. Because for a long time, China has been active in the region, especially in the Cold War period. Even they have been taking part in somehow militarily, but not directly militarily, indirectly in the naval forces, or excavating the workers from the Arab Spring, the regional conflicts, but more actively, more aggressively, but not aggressive in the sense of making you fear and feel insecure, but under the radar aggressively. They are talking about a different dimension of security. They are being active in the region from an economics point of view. So they make investments into the regional countries, from Egypt to Turkey to Greece. And interestingly enough, if you think from an Eastern Mediterranean security puzzle perspective, it gives kind of the presence of China can be kind of considered as a new leverage by the actors. Like Greece, for example, yes, the strategic security alliances the Greece had was NATO, was the European members, and the United States maybe, and France, and somehow United States supporting this Greece and France alliance. But when it comes to bailing out Greece and bringing in foreign investment to Greece, it was not the French and the German and so on, the creditors that played their role in putting in the investment. Because, if you think from a Western financial support alliance mechanisms, and I'm talking about economic security here, you see lots of political strings attached to their involvement, like liberalization, like privatization, so on and so forth, that sometimes those countries domestically cannot handle. So it creates some sort of internal security threats for them. And here comes in the China, without really any political agenda attaching to their financial involvement in these countries. So yes, maybe militarily looking at it, or looking at the issue from a Cold War haunted prism, there seems to be no way out that these countries can cooperate, but the involvement of foreign capital in those countries somehow pushes a cooperation among them without really being able to block it from a political or international relations point of view. So Chinese companies who are investing in Turkey, they are also investing in infrastructure projects in Greece, and it somehow pushes a cooperation. And we will see about the energy, because we have been hearing, and even on the northern part of the island, we see more and more Chinese investments in the construction sector. And we have been hearing a lot about the potential Chinese investments for the Vasiliko, LNG terminals, and so on and so forth. So, that business dimension without, politics might not be, or the Cold War haunted politics might not be really capable of bringing in cooperation, but post-Cold War initiated political economy might somehow push cooperation. So it's not the liberal Western capital that I am talking about, but illiberal Eastern capital might push some kind of a cooperation in the region. And I leave it here. I know that it can open the floor for further questions, and I'll be very happy to answer them if I can. And this is kind of a paper that I am kind of working and thinking on it recently. So my 10 minutes is off, and thank you very much for giving me the chance to explore my ideas here.
Thank you very much, dear Heidi, for sharing this valuable thoughts with us. It's really interesting to see somehow different perception of the region, which is deeply anchored to the theoretical way of thinking about the international relations. And also, I appreciate this idea of the power vacuum that you mentioned, that it is supposed to be replaced by China. And for me, it's really interesting if you could precise later in the discussion if China will go into clash with other powers on this region, or shall it dominate this? Because as far as I see and as far as I understand, usually said that Russia is no longer Russia, US is no longer US, and we're having the power vacuum, and we have China as a sole player. But where are the others? Who is the other? Are there any others? We'll come back to this issue later in the discussion. Basically, this is my question to you, so you can keep this in your mind. Thank you very much, all the three speakers, for the presentation and for sharing valuable thoughts with us. It was really interesting to listen about this sophisticated and problematic area. I have a question to each of our dear guests, each of other dear speakers. That before I proceed with my question, maybe I should open the Q&A session unless some of you from your audience that have any questions to our dear speakers. If so, please try to raise your hand on chat or let me know that you have the question, and we shall proceed with the Q&A session. From now on, we are still having only 15 minutes, so please try to limit your questions, and I'm asking your speakers to limit their answers as well. So, do we have any questions for our panelists from our audience?
I will have one if I can.
Yes, please, Professor Mickiewicz.
Yeah, the one actually to all of you, because you are our friends and experts from Cyprus. So I mean the topic is like very not only in scope of your research, but also is important with regard to your to the place you live in. I mean, what is your opinion about the future of Cyprus dialogue? I mean, the dialogue between Turkish Cypriots and Greek Cypriots after the 2020 presidential elections with the presidential victory of Ersin Tatar. I just wonder what's the future, and we also have the coming elections, right? So just an open question: what are your belief scenarios for the coming future with regard to the Cyprus question? So some fortune telling, you know, and so on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Mickiewicz, for this question, and who of our dear panelists would like to answer that?
I can try if you prefer. Look, as I said in the morning, we are living in an era where, you know, compared to 50 years ago, making predictions became much more difficult. As I said in the morning, you know, 50 years ago, if you asked me, what do you see in 10 years' time on this specific issue, probably my predictions with 75% would be correct. But unfortunately, in the last decade or so, we are living in a very interesting era where, you know, making predictions in international relations is very difficult. So let me aim to give you a straight answer on the future of Cyprus talks. Now, as you see, after the election of Mr. Tatar, which was a highly contested and highly debated election with a heavy Turkish intervention in it, due to the new, let's say, power configuration in the area, as well as due to the stance of Greek Cypriot side, starting from the Annan Plan 2004 and Mr. Anastasiadis leaving the negotiation table in Crans Montana 2017, there is this retaliation or this reaction of the Turkish side where they changed their discourse, telling the whole world that federation-based negotiations are dead and buried. From now on, we only negotiate the cooperation of two sovereign equal sides. Now, how realistic or how rational is that is highly questionable because, you know, aside from the P5 of the UN Security Council, even those who can be regarded as friends of Turkey has not supported this new policy openly. Now, the question is this a radical departure from traditional Turkish foreign policy of leaving bizonal, bicommunal federation, or is this a strategic move? There is a nice saying in Turkish, which is roughly translated into English, like showing the death and getting the other side to accept malaria. Death being two states and malaria being a bizonal, bicommunal federation based on political equality. I think the answer to that question is not clear yet, in my opinion. It depends on what. I think it depends on how Turkey's relations in the coming months and years will shape with United States and the European Union, the sort of the major allies, supposedly traditional allies. If Turkey and United States and EU can find a modus vivendi, a sort of workable relationship, which is better than today's problematic relations, then I think that the Turkish side can make some flexible moves and can move back to negotiations based on bizonal, bicommunal federation. In fact, we have seen a similar move in the past after the Luxembourg EU summit, where the EU decided to open accession negotiations with Greek Cypriot side. Turkish side had a similar policy where they claim that the EU with this move has torpedoed the traditional parameters of Cyprus solution. And from now on, we don't negotiate federation, we only negotiate confederation. That was the Turkish stance for 2 years, but then they shifted back. So a lot depends on how Turkey's relations will shape, in my opinion, together with United States and European Union is my short answer.
Thank you very much,
Thank you, Ahmed.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions from our audience to our speakers? Okay, I see no more questions. So please let me ask my questions, since I'm having 3 questions, to one to each speaker, but I'm limited to time. So I will start maybe with Ipek. The security paradox Cyprus in between is really interesting, and the creation of the alliances is really interesting to observe. And this is somehow linked with my questions I had before the session has been started. I would like you to describe and to evaluate this role of this alliance with Egypt between Cyprus and the Greeks. Do you think this will be a stable alliance, and is it, how important is it? What is your opinion on this? Because this is somehow a new way of making alliances in this region, and I would like you to, you're an expert, to evaluate this context of this particular alliance with our country, which is
the question was for me, you said, because I couldn't clearly, you know, understand, because your voice has been, you know, somewhat coming mechanic. So if you can briefly wrap it up once again for me, please.
Sorry, I will repeat it. I would like it to focus on this alliance between Greece, Cyprus, and Egypt. since we are describing usually the context of the security paradox and the creation of the alliances. How do you think, how tailored this alliance is going to be? What is its future? And so it is really interesting to see an alliance between Greek Cyprus and the Arabic country, which is the Arab Republic of Egypt. So this was my question to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for repeating it again. Well, of course, from from the Greek Cypriot perspective, as a sovereign country, I see that the Greek Cypriot side has been following a very successful foreign policy in that sense, but from their own prism, of course, because Cyprus problem at the heart of our problems, but of course there is a very big difference between the Greek Cypriot side and the Turkish Cypriot side in that regard, because the Greek Cypriot side, is an internationally recognized country, whereas the Turkish Cypriot side is not. And being an internationally recognized country, therefore the Greek Cypriot side can, as a foreign country, as an independent country in that sense, can pursue its foreign policy on many grounds, and especially with regard to gaining some leverage in the Cyprus problem and beyond, of course. I mean, making the Greek Cypriot side, or let's say the sovereign Cyprus, an regional actor, an important actor, playing on various leverages in the region. Of course, they are free to pursue these policies, but still they are very much restricted with the existence of the Cyprus problem. So okay, they are not bound by the continuation of the Cyprus problem in terms of, engaging into deeper and wider relations with neighboring countries, with Arab countries. But at the same time, the existence of the Cyprus problem will somehow come and block their way. But this also depends, of course, the relative power of Turkey has in the region and in the international context, as Turkey has become much more isolated in the region. And as the Greek Cypriot side was able to pursue and build up blocks together with other neighboring countries in further isolating Turkey against, let's say, the Turkish policies. Of course, we have seen a successful trend from their prism, but how this will affect the Cyprus problem and how this will affect the region in general, what it means for what it means for the prospects of cooperation in the region or for a more peaceful coexistence in the region. Well, when looking from this prism, I see that these kind of alliances that the Greek Cypriot side has been unilaterally pursuing, while excluding totally the Turkish Cypriot side and Turkey, is actually doing just the opposite. It will have very negative consequences and ramifications, not only on the Cyprus problem, but also with respect to the stability and peace in the region in general.
Thank you very much for this answer. I need to stop you here since I'm having also one more issue. It's an uneasy task for Hayriye Heidi, in 1 minute, I would like you to tell us who will be the main competitor of China in this region, according to you.
Okay, wait, 1 minute is too pressing though. So what can I say is that, I mean, I cannot really pinpoint, because as Ahmet Hoca said that we are, and also in the morning, Tariq Hoca was mentioning about this bipolar, multipolar world that we are living in. What we are, the competition that China is raising in the region is different from the competition that the other powers are having in the region. So what China is changing is the political economic dynamics. So historically speaking, most probably because it was away from the region, it was not part of the Cold War geopolitical alignments. China can be the one who can play an outside of the box role in the region. But the other actors, West and Turkey and even Russia, are all still locked inside of the Cold War geopolitical box. So their competition is among themselves, and China is in a whole different category. So if there is anyone who can challenge that financial capability, well, that will be the competitor. But for the time being, it seems that no one, because the financial capability that West can bring into the region is very much limited with their traditional alliance networks, traditional financial institutions, which limits their flexibility, that China does not have that limitation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was really hard talk, but it was great. Thank you very much. It's uneasy to discuss anything about China in 2 minutes. Thank you very much. I'm really happy that I was shared this session, and thank you all for your good presentation of questions and comments, dear Professor Ahmed Sezen, dear Ipe Borman, and dear Heidi Kabaji. Thank you very much. I'm inviting you to a session which will be started in 15 minutes, and it will be discussing the problems of another interesting region. So I'm thanking you again. It was my pleasure to be the host. Arkadaşlar çok teşekkür ederim. Tebriklerimi sunarım. İnşallah gelecekte pandemi bitince yüz yüze buluşuruz. Çok teşekkür ederim. Thank you very much. I hope that we'll be able to
Thank you very much.
each other as soon as pandemic will be over. Professor Ahmed Sezen, do you want to say something else?
No. Thank you so much, Professor Bienik. Excellent moderation, and I thank all the participants, all my co-panelists, and all the viewers, all the participants. We'll see you in the next session, which will take place in exactly 14 minutes, which is the Central Eastern Europe perspective. So see you then. All the best.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Teşekkür ederiz. Teşekkür.
Przemku, jesteś?
Yes, I'm here. Okay.
So,
I think it's high time we started.
okay.
I'm just waiting for our panelists to join us. So I can see Professor Potrawa, I can see Professor Gasztold, and Professor Halizak are online.
I have just spoken to Professor Nowiak, and he said that within a few minutes he will join us.
Join us too. Okay. That's what make us happy. Thank you, Professor.
Hi, good afternoon.
Yeah. So without further ado, I think we can start, right? Our fourth and final panel. Last but not least, right? We started at 9 a.m. With the first one, and then two other panels followed. The first regional panel after the lunch break was dedicated to the Eastern Mediterranean, and the current one, the final one, is dedicated to security issues seen from the Central European perspective. So it is my honor and pleasure to introduce you our distinguished speakers. Let me begin with Professor Aleksandra Gasztold from University of Warsaw. Professor Gasztold, thank you very much for accepting our invitation. It is also my pleasure to introduce you Professor Anna Patorała from Adam Mickiewicz University, who is also our Vice Dean here at the Faculty of Political Science and Journalism. I'm very, very honored to introduce you Professor Edward Halizak from University of Warsaw. Professor, can you hear us? I think Professor is online, but I just wonder whether we can, whether the professor hears us or not. And we'll also have in this panel Professor Wojciech Nowiak from Adam Mickiewicz University, who deals with security issues not only in our region but also in the Middle East. So without further ado, my proposal is that each speaker will have from 5 up to 10 minutes, depending on how much you want to tell us. If you could just present us your regional perspective, like the issues which are like the most, which could be seen as threats or challenges to regional security in Central Eastern Europe. I'm quite sure that some of you will focus on the current events on the Polish-Belarusian border as well, because the issue came up earlier in the morning, and at that time we promptly said that actually the issue will be raised here for sure. So without further ado, let me begin with Professor Aleksandra Gasztold, because I know that Professor Gasztold has some other professional arrangements soon after her speech. So Professor, the Zoom is yours.
Thank you very much for inviting me to speak in this panel. It's a great honor to participate in this conference, which is gender sensitive oriented. Thank you for that. It's very important also for our partners abroad. I would like to highlight the importance of the broad understood security issues in the context of the present migration crisis and the flow of disinformation. I would like to talk about hybrid threats, actually about the state perspective of hybrid threats. And managing hybrid threats is rapidly growing subject of discourse, not only in Poland, but also in Eastern European countries and internationally as well, as it were at frontline of contemporary security policy. It requires countries and academia to understand the nature of those threats, building resilience, societal resilience, and acquire the capabilities to counter these threats. Understanding the threat includes development of awareness, education's measure, and understanding the motives and modes of actions of the antagonistic actors, not only states, and detecting the threat. This task requires situational awareness. Building resilience means reducing the potential gains of the antagonistic state, the so-called deterrence by denial. And understanding the nature of the threat requires, as I mentioned before, cooperation with science, with academia people from different disciplines, and building so-called knowledge hubs about security threats. And hybrid threats are by nature designed to be difficult to detect and to attribute, to create deception, and sometimes, or not sometimes, actually very often, confusion. They consist of a large number of possible antagonistic means used in a coordinated way, some of which do not have to be illegal or contrary illegal to international law. And these measures can be divided to three colors, right? Active measures like direct interventions through channels openly attributed to some country. For example, when we talk about Russian activity, Sputnik, Russia Today, or gray active measures with help of so-called useful idiots, and like bots, farm of trolls, data dump sites, WikiLeaks, DCLeaks, and black active measures like agents of influence. Also, here we have trolls on Twitter, Facebook, etc. So I think the important issue is building resilience of society, especially in Poland and in Czech Republic. And we are living nowadays in a so-called post-truth world, and how to survive for democratic countries in this new century of disinformation. I think it's a big question also for us. I think that let's listen to each other and above ideology, and perhaps we will discover the solutions and future development of security studies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. And now, Professor Anna Poterała.
Thank you very much. I would, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers, so the department of this, one of the departments of our faculty. Thank you for the invitation. It is a great pleasure for me to take part in this conference, and especially in this panel. Professor Osiewicz mentioned that among many threats and challenges which can be observed today to our regional security, for 100% we can be sure that one of such threats and challenges is this migrant situation at the eastern border of Poland. Professor Gasztold has already focused on some issues connected with this problem. I would like to tackle I would like to focus on this crisis from a little different perspective, because of course we are all sure, especially when we look at the situation today. When we looked at the situation yesterday and a few days ago, we know that today the main problem, it is this border crisis. It is this crisis between Belarus and Poland. The main aim, as the Ministry of Defense said, the main aim is actually the protection of Polish border and the protection of Polish territory. We know that the European Union is also focusing on that problem, stating that this crisis actually poses a threat to security of the whole European Union, not only the Polish security, not only this regional security of Eastern or Central Eastern Europe, but also to the whole territory of the European Union. We know about those official reactions of NATO, official reactions of the European Union, official reactions of the United States, all stating that Belarus is actually trying to manipulate the migrant crisis. The European Union, I think, a few days ago, used the term gangster-style approach to this migration crisis. What is important in Poland, and I think this is also the same perspective when we talk about Lithuania. We know that this security problem and this security threat focuses on this classical meaning of security. But I don't want us to forget about humanitarian aspects, because of course, when we talk about security, we may talk about threats to a state, to its borders, to its territory, but we may not, or we must not forget about this very famous concept of human security. So I mean security of those migrants who are actually clashed in between Belarus and Poland. So actually, they are trapped in between. And of course, what is important when we look at international legal obligations, when we look at European legal obligations, from one side, we are sure that each state, every state, has its supreme power over its territory and over its borders. And for that reason, it is a sovereign right of every state to decide who can and who cannot enter its territory. But on the other side, we must remember about obligations imposed on Poland, on Lithuania, but also on Belarus, according to the famous Geneva Convention of 1951, focusing on the status of refugees. And we know that according to this convention, it is an international obligation to make it possible for all persons interested to apply for asylum or any other kind of protection, for instance, international protection. And I think that today, and it started, of course, a few months ago. Today, we are looking only on this security of Poland, security of borders, territory, and we forget about people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Pedro. And we'll continue with Professor Haliżak. Good afternoon,
Okay.
Professor. Okay. The Zoom is yours, Professor.
Okay. So I'd like to focus on a little bit different perspective on a Central Europe region. I argue that Central Europe became more and more the region becoming more and more engaged in a new competition between China and the United States, because both superpowers define this region as an important field in pursuing their global strategy. At the same time, I'm arguing that Central Europe is becoming less and less important in confrontation between West and Russia because of the weakness of Russia as a power. Why? What is the Chinese perspective of Central Europe? I'd like to remind you that 9 years ago, 2012, China was the first superpower which organized first meeting of all head of states, leaders of states from Central Europe in the Formula 1+12. Now this formula has been evolved into the 1+17. In 2012, I argue, it was a historic moment when, for the first time, all states from this part of Europe met from the initiative of China. Until that time, there was no such meeting but there were meetings in a much narrower formula, for instance, in the formula of V4, Visegrad Group. So China was the power, it was able to organize such a meeting. So if we take into account the constructivist perspective, we would argue that China organized, construct this region as a political entity. Of course, I don't want to analyze the functioning of this formula 17+1, but it is important. And up to now, except Lithuania, all states year by year from this region used to meet under the Chinese umbrella, be it in this region or in Beijing. From the Chinese perspective, Central Europe is an important part of Belt and Road Initiative. This is an important corridor, economic corridor, from China through Central Asia to the West. Also, Central Europe is an important export market for China products. With all Central European countries, China enjoys huge trade surplus. This is important for the China, which rely on an export growth strategy. Also, why Central Europe occupy such important place in the minds of Chinese foreign policy makers? It's because of the communist past. China are very interested in developing relations with the political elites, societies, which have such strong communist background. So, from the Chinese point of view, this background is a great facilitation for communication. And also, Central Europe occupies important place in China's global strategy toward the European Union. China's strategy is based on a dual-track mechanism, developing relations with the EU as a whole, as a one unitary actor. But on the other hand, China's strategy is relying on developing relations with particular countries. The biggest power in EU, Great Britain, France, Germany, and also with individual countries from Central Eastern Europe. So the China strategy is based on a rather weakening of the EU as a unitary actor by offering substantial incentives for all countries, depending on a particular situation. Let's take the US perspective. From the US perspective, the Central Europe is the eastern flank of NATO. And in strategic planning, military planning, there are documents which stress the importance of this form of military activity. But also from the United States perspective, the Central Europe is important from the democratic values, because for United States foreign policy driven by the values. The manifest. So there are new democracies in the Central Europe. Okay, so they deserve for the support, but also there are illiberal democracies, such as Hungary, other Balkan states, and Poland is under the great scrutiny because among the many Americans, Poland is heading toward the illiberal democracy. So the United States is trying to support the democratic system in all region countries. Otherwise, it would be the failure of the Western liberal project. Also, security concerns are important motives of US engagement in this region. These concerns are connected with the Chinese expansion in high-tech sector. United States don't want Chinese companies from the high-tech sectors to be present in this region. This is the area where the United States companies will have to prevail. So the United States want to defend their economic interests and security interests in the region by prohibiting and expelling high-tech companies from China, like Huawei or ZTE. This aspect is very interesting because not all countries from this region are following US guidance. For instance, even our government is trying to set up a new law on cybersecurity, which aims to exclude Chinese companies, but has not been yet introduced into the force because there are some doubts. Other countries are more open to Chinese companies, like Huawei, because the Chinese technology is very competitive in technical aspects as well as in financial aspects, because Chinese systems are at least 2 times less costly than those offered by the American or European companies. So as a country of Central Eastern Europe, we will have to judge which technological system to choose. So we are in a very interesting moment of decision making process. And this competition is vital for the future of the Central European competition. And these aspects make this region crucial in China-American competition, not between West and Russia, because Russia has nothing to offer in technological terms. Russia is able to offer only natural resources. So the high tech, I argue, is a new field of competition unexpectedly between far China and the United States. So, in my opinion, the decision on a cybersecurity in Poland, tentative decision, will be very interesting in this respect. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. And last but not least, Professor Wojciech Nowiak.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation. So I would like to change I try to change the background. You know, I have the American flags and the birds, but I just try. I will change the perspective of this debate a bit. I would like to draw attention to social problems. This is my perspective. I would like to pay a particular attention to the problem of aging societies. We need people in our European labor markets today. We will beat them in the future. Our social problems are not attractive to our societies. We are living in new societies. We are living in post-consumer societies, and post-consumer societies living in prosperity do not think about the future of the generations. And this is our problem today, not only border problem because of the White Russia, Belarus crisis, and so on. Social problems are, I think, are very important because they are future problems. Too few children are born. We live a long time. Life expectancy in Europe is over 80, 85 today. Generally, in Poland, when I'm thinking about women, it's about 84. Men, it's about 78 or something like this. The demographic for Poland is a catastrophe. It's catastrophic. In the year 2050, there will be only 30 million of inhabitants in Poland. This is a prognosis for Poland. 30% of the population in Poland will be people age 65 plus or 75 plus. For me, the question is how can we change this situation? How we can change the future of our generations? So. In the 20th century, it was possible to solve problems with the help of immigrants, but we have immigration problems. Immigrants are waiting at our European borders, but in the 20th century, France got immigrants from Africa, Germans got immigrants, wait a moment. Krzysztof, nie mogę, teraz jestem na konferencji. Zaraz odzwonię, ok? Sorry. Germans get the immigrants from Turkey, or Great Britain get them from the former colonies, but we are not in the 20th century. We are in the 21st century. Today, we are afraid of immigrants because we fear terrorism dominates, the terrorism case dominates our point of view. So I think that a smart migration policy can solve this problem. What does it mean, a smart migration policy? It's a migration policy when we are going to decide about the migrants quotas, the regions. We are going to choose people from. I know that it's not so easy, but I think when I'm thinking about, for example, Norway policy or Scandinavian policy, they get migrants, for example, from Poland. We can change also our social policy here in Poland or in Europe, especially when I'm thinking about aging. extension of working time. I think we can change this situation because of the new technologies which will support aging societies. But we didn't do such programs here in Poland. I think we didn't do it in Central Eastern Europe too. They are such an advanced technologies are developed in the, for example, in the Scandinavian, in the Nordic countries. This is my point of view: social future, social problems, labor market, aging societies, and so on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, we have many thoughts, and I'm quite sure we, some of us also have quite many questions to you. Well, if I could just begin with the migration issue, if we could think of the best solution, right? Well, right now the Polish government or the Polish authorities claim that the internationalization of this issue is probably the best way, right? So they denied that they have denied that for a long time. And finally, it appears that I mean, Poland will be looking for solutions at the international level, namely in NATO or within the EU, right? And I wonder, what is your perspective? How you see that? Is it like the best way to solve the issue, and what to do, maybe what to do in order to avoid similar situations in the future? I will probably begin with Professor Poterawa and then Professor Gasztald, because I know that Professor Gasztald is a little bit in a hurry.
Thank you very much. Well, first, I may answer by asking another question: which situation we want to solve? This crisis at the border, or humanitarian crisis and this asylum issue, which we cannot forget about. So I will start with the second issue, with this humanitarian issue, with this asylum problem. For sure, and I think it would be, in my opinion, it would be the best solution. We should use all institutions and all organs which are available within the European Union. So why Frontex was not invited? Why Frontex was not asked to assist? Of course, it would mean that we would have exactly the same situation like in 2015 when Greece and Italy asked for assistance, and then border guards from, and of course, immigration officers from different member states came in order to deal with a huge number of asylum cases which occurred. So this question which you asked, if we want to deal with this asylum problem, then we should use, and in my opinion, it will be the best solution and the only possible solution. We should use the European Union institutions, Frontex as the most important. Maybe it would be advisable to have a new relocation system within the European Union. Of course, I know that critics will occur and will say, okay, in 2015, you didn't want to take part in this relocation system. You voted in favor, but then a new government decided to change its point of view, and you didn't take not a single person within this relocation system. But maybe taking these critical voices aside, maybe it would be the best solution. While the second option, what to do with this border crisis, what to do with this interstate crisis between Belarus and Poland, what to do? Okay, NATO, yes, we can use it. We should use it, taking into account these voices of support which we can hear not only from NATO as a whole, but also from the United States. So yes, we should use NATO support. But I think sanctions, this is the key issue. I I don't think it would be possible to sit at the same table and to negotiate with Lukashenko, to negotiate with Belarus, what to do, should we? It was possible with Turkey in 2015. But please remember that that it is a totally different situation. So I don't think we should even think about possible negotiations. We should impose sanctions. And of course, we have a decision within the European Union, so that's good. It's very good that these are not individual Polish sanctions, because their strength would be it would be very weak, to be honest. And this is, maybe it will serve as a point of discussion. I think that Poland, maybe it would be an interesting solution. Maybe Poland should think about the possibility to bring a case, an official judicial case against Belarus before an international court. And I mean the International Court of Justice. Of course, I know about the problems with jurisdiction. There is no obligatory jurisdiction. But even if we will not succeed, even if the court decides not to take the case, maybe it would be a good, maybe it would serve as a good point to have a good press. And as I said, officially, when we accuse Belarus of acting against Polish sovereign rights. But it's just as a point for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Professor Gashtold, would you like to add something to?
Yes, when we treat this crisis as hybrid warfare, hybrid aggressor aim first of all for undermining trust in democratic institutions, questioning societal values, gaining political influence, and affecting decision-making and everything we have in this crisis. And I think what Polish government should do, first of all, internationalize this problem, so let in Frontex. And second, admitting journalists to observe from private media and from international press and televisions. And it should have control over negotiations with Russia and with countries from which migrants this migrant come. So I have heard that today Turkey closed airports for those migrants, but they are coming from Syria, Iraq, but also from Bangladesh, from North Africa. So we do not have active diplomacy there or in civilian intelligence service. Where were they before? Why we haven't discovered this procedure area? Without intelligence information and effective diplomatic measure, we can expect in future new such crises near our border and near other borders of the European Union. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, but I have to start my seminars with the student. Thank you very much for invitation.
Thank you very much, Professor. All the best. Thank you very much once again for accepting our invitation. But I will continue it, and then it will be the last thing from me. Then the floor will be open to other participants. If I may, I will turn to Professor Haliszak, because you mentioned China's role in the region, and I would say maybe well, can we see it this way, that China is trying to somehow influence the internal situation within the European Union, namely trying to support a kind of sub-regional integration in Central Eastern Europe in order to weaken the European Union? Is it right?
Yes and no, because China is developing many forms of contacts and links in economics and especially in economic fields by providing loans, infrastructure, trade. Also, China is very active in, for instance, investing in media. This is a very interesting case, especially in the Balkan states. In such countries like Albania, Serbia, Montenegro, North Macedonia, and Albania, Chinese companies made investment in media, television, computer networks, and the press. Also, China is trying to set up connections and dialogues with the political parties in European Union. The China strategy is based on economy, but China is also trying to set up dialogue with the political parties in particular countries. This is very interesting. The main aim of Chinese activity are the social democratic parties. Up to now, China do not submit any proposal for a right-wing parties in European Union or in Central Europe. But China's government is approaching with a proposal of setting up a political dialogue contacts with social democratic parties. But this process is just started, and according to my knowledge, not all social democrats in parties in European Union responded positively, because for them, dialogue with the Communist Party of China do not provide additional values. Nevertheless, this question is very important because China just started to set up the political dialogue with different parties, and I suppose that China it will be used as an instrument of influence in internal affairs. But this is the just beginning of the process. Okay.
Thank you very much, Professor. And last but not least, Professor Wojciech Nowiak, maybe the best solution to our social problems and demographic problems.
No, I just want to ask Professor Haliczak.
Okay.
Why do you recognize China as a threat? When I'm thinking about the situation with China today, the situation with China in Europe or in the other regions, China as a threat is recognized because of what? Because of the Pax Americana, I mean, US dominance. We know from the human history that the Roman Empire collapsed. Maybe now it's time for US.
Okay, maybe this is misunderstandings. I said very clearly that the United States is perceiving China as a threat.
Okay.
So this is, from my perspective, not the European countries as well as Poland do not treat China as a threat, but I think as an opportunity. This is a general attitude. But even in the United States, there is a changing in China's perception. Until the Donald Trump administration, China was really perceived as a threat. But Biden administration reformulated US attitude by naming China as a competitor. The official US documents issued by Biden administration use the term competitor. The terms and the words are important because the threat and the competitor are have a different content. Also in US documents, this is very interesting. In US official documents, Russia is termed as a disruptive power. Please notice the difference. Disruptive power, this is very negative description of the international intentions and activity of the Russia. And from the US perspective, the current Russia behavior in Belarus and Polish-Belarus border is an empirical confirmation of this assumption. This is a disruption activity to disrupt the smooth functioning of a European international system. Russia is not able to offer something positive in their actor in Syria, in Turkey, in Azerbaijan, and in other places. Russia is trying to disrupt the value, the local situation, and by causing the sense of threat, and Russia perceived it as an instrument of their influence on international affairs. So really, under the Biden administration, we enter in the new era, but Biden administration is also attached to the democratic value. I'd like to point out that next year, United States is going to organize World Summit of Democracies. Now, the Hungary has not been recognized as a democracy and will not give an invitation for a summit. This is a disaster for this country. But also our country will have to be very aware that some officials from the Biden administrations argue that Poland do not fulfill democratic standards and do not deserve for an invitation. So if it will happen, it will mean that our country will be excluded from the certain system of community of values, and this is the greatest threat for our future relations. Thank you.
Okay. It's a misunderstanding. I'm thinking just about general view about China relations with European Union, Poland, and so on. Okay. Thank you. So regarding to this Poland Belarus crisis, my point is first this crisis. My point is that Lukashenko uses migratory proceedings in a similar way to Turkey and Libya before. He just used the same instruments. Before it was an agreement with Libya. Even during the Gaddafi, it was a special agreement about migrations from Africa to Europe, and Gaddafi stopped the migration. Now we have the same agreement with Turkey, with Erdogan. So Lukashenko just tried to use the same mechanism. When I'm thinking about this migration crisis on this part of European Union or Europe, just a few years before, a few months, Finland and Norway has the similar problems with migrants, the migrants which came to Finland from Russia, and the migrants who came from Russia to Norway, and diplomacy worked, and the migration from Russia to Finland and to Norway stopped. So the question is why? Why didn't our diplomacy, I mean Polish diplomacy, worked? My point is that perhaps this situation is not beneficial only for Lukashenko. Maybe it's beneficial also to the other players. So this is my point about the Poland and Belarus crisis. When I'm thinking about the social perspective, aging societies, as I said, change of migration policy, how to change our Polish and Central European migration policy. Is it possible to change migration policy? When I'm looking for the situation in Poland, today we have had a very comfortable situation because of the migrants from Ukraine. But the question for us is if the Ukrainians will stay in Poland or if they are going to move to Germany. Poland is attractive today for migrants from Ukraine. Poland is now attractive for the migrants from Belarus, but what's going on if they will decide it, let's travel to Germany? On Polish labor market, today we have had about 1.5 million of Ukrainians. If they will move to Germany, what's going on in Poland? So this is our problem. When I'm thinking about Nordic countries, especially Norway, because I did my research in Norway, Norway tried to be as attractive to Polish origin as possible. Norway would like to get more Polish workers at Norwegian labor market. Just during our joining to EU, Polish origins are the second nation in Norway. It's a global phenomenon because Norway would like to get Polish workers at the Norwegian labor market. Let's do the same for Ukrainians in Poland. Is it possible? Is it acceptable by the Polish society? Is it acceptable by Polish politicians? I didn't know. But for Poland, we can use the same mechanism like Norwegians did. When I'm thinking about this aging societies crisis, we can discuss about our internal policy. As I said, we are post-consumer societies. How to change our point of view? How to change our family relations? How to discuss with young women, young families? Let's try to think about the future, about the generations. I mean, family policy, which means 2+2, or not 2+1, or not 2+ dog or cat, or any other pet. This is our problem. I don't know, is it possible to change this new generation perspective or not, but I know that when we are looking for European Union, it is possible in France, it is possible in Sweden, but it didn't work in Germany. It didn't work in the other places, and it isn't true that it's possible in France because of the migration from Maghreb. They are French societies decided. They are not only immigrants from Africa, and it's the same in Sweden. So maybe it's the problem of mentality, maybe it's the problem of arguments, maybe we are not a post-consumer society, so we are not decided, who knows? And as I said before, that our choice is also new technologies. And we can accepting depopulation of Poland or depopulation of Europe. We can accepting that we are going down. Poland, as I said, 2050, just 40 million of inhabitants, 30% 65 plus, thousands of people 80 plus, thousands of people 100 plus, and so on. But if we are going to use this perspective, new technologies, we are going to invest in this kind of technologies. Because today, COVID crisis show us that we have problems with our health system. We have, and it will be also the same problem after COVID with the aging societies of Poland. And I don't know. This is my point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor. I mean, I'm opening the discussion. We still have some time, like 15 to 20 minutes, so we can exploit this time for questions from the audience. Are there any questions, or maybe among panelists? There is such an option too, right? No questions?
Okay, wait. For me, very important questions. Why Polish diplomacy didn't work like Finland's diplomacy or Norwegian diplomacy? Anya, what do you think about? Why our diplomacy didn't work? Do we have any diplomats? Do we have any informations which is collected by the intelligence in the Middle East, or and so on? Or maybe we didn't. What is your point?
Thank you for this question. Well, it is actually a question which should be directed at our Ministry of Foreign Affairs. If they do have intelligence, if they do use it, if they use official informations which should be gathered by Polish embassies, Polish consulates, and so on and so on. But if you ask about this diplomatic failure, let's call it like that, please remember that it is a totally different situation when we have, for instance, Finland and Russia sitting at the same negotiation table and they are trying to find a diplomatic solution. Even if such discussions are not open to media, etc., etc. And it would be a totally different situation to have on one side of this, never mind, table or telephone hotline or whatever, to have Belarus and Lukashenko, who is regarded as definitely not democratic state, not democratic authorities, not our partner, etc., etc. So I think that Polish authorities did not even think of the possibility to talk to Lukashenko about the crisis. Yeah? So that's the first thing. But I would like to tackle one issue which you talked about while talking about migration policy. And you gave examples of, for instance, Nordic countries which have such a very good migration policy. I think, and I will be very critical about Polish or about Poland. I think that in Poland we do not have such a policy. We have regulations, we have official acts which are called an act on migrants, an act on refugees, an act on international protection, and so on and so on. But these acts, they do not combine, they do not create an official state migration policy. I think that these acts, these are only some kind of ad hoc responses. There is a crisis like this, so we will try to make a new version of an official act on refugees, and it was done in September. In September, we have a new act implemented. And therefore, going back to the main issue, I think that in Poland there is no real migration policy. If there is no migration policy, there is no integration policy. If there is no integration policy, it would be very difficult to have. And it was your proposal. If we have problems with aging society, then probably migrants will be needed. Migrants will be necessary for Polish economy, etc., etc. But if there is no integration policy, it would be extremely difficult to agree to have, I don't know, 1 million people from different continent, different with different religious background, with different cultural background. And I think that that's what our authorities are afraid of. But they do not seek for any solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Are there any other questions or maybe comments? Okay. Professor Froshinsky.
Thank you very much. Just a little comment, if you permit. I was just taking notes. And my note goes like this: no diplomacy, no migration policy, no integration policy. So that means there is nothing, at hand, nothing Poland can play with. Yeah, if you want to know the reason of this problem, those no's are indeed the answer. Yeah. But I have one point I would like to disagree with Professor Potyrała on one point, yeah, on the settlement. Yeah, I fully agree with you that they are like two problems, yeah, two in one. In my mind, the settlement of both is Europeanization, yeah, and Europeanization can, in my opinion, help even more with the protection of the boundary, because at the end of the day, this is the European boundary. Yeah, Frontex or no Frontex. Yeah, this is a European boundary that is like a common boundary. Yeah, and the argument that Frontex is weak, that it doesn't have man-force and doesn't have facilities. It's so weak, it's a no argument at the end of the day. Yeah, the fact that Polish border guards are used by Frontex in Lithuania and elsewhere, it's so stupid. Yeah, I remember how it happened in Cyprus when UNFICYP was sent by the United Nations. Correct me if I'm wrong, thousands of British troops served as United Nations peacekeepers. I mean, the Polish border guard can become Frontex, and that would Europeanize the border protection to the extent we perhaps need or desire. Yeah. This is number one. Yeah. Number two, I have a question to Professor Nowiak. Yeah, you seem to have a problem with the demographic security and shrinking population. Yeah. So what? Yeah. So what if 1950 the population of Poland is 30 million? So what? What's the problem in your view? Yeah. It will be 30 million. Yeah. So let it be, 30 million. Yeah, look at Canada. They have the country, like 10 times bigger than Poland, and the population is more or less of similar size. Yeah. So the size of the population, you know, it's like a myth, you know, that this is like the most important, or it can threaten the security of the nation. Yeah, and also if you remember that about 2.5 million Poles work abroad in the UK, in Germany, in Norway, you studied. Yeah, so this is perhaps the reservoir, you know, Poland could count on, provided Poland becomes an attractive labor market. Yeah, and don't forget that in Poland, still most of the people would like to retire at the age of 60, or perhaps, if it is possible, even earlier. Yeah, and to live on the retirement benefit rather than continue contributing to the labor market. You know, this is the problem I see as important to tackle such demographic threats as you mentioned. Yeah, and there is one more sort of observation based on our morning panels. Yeah, and Eastern Mediterranean panel. Yeah, because I quite agree with Professor Cezanne that Eastern Mediterranean becomes like a geopolitical game, and this perhaps is becoming more important than this hydrocarbons problems. So many people were so excited about, you know, or fixated about. Yeah. What we see in Poland with this border crisis is like another geopolitical game. Yeah? Belarus, Russian relations perhaps being like one of the answers, or explaining the source of the problem. Yeah, and when Professor Harizak is talking about Russian-Chinese relations, it sounds like a new picture of this big game we knew from Central Asia, now applied to Central Europe. Yeah. So what I want to say is that this geopolitical game, yeah, you explained with relation to Eastern Mediterranean, is at play in Eastern Europe as well. Yeah, we see more or less same mechanisms. Yeah, and the struggle for hegemony and influence is definitely upon us. Yeah, thank you for your time.
Okay, may I answer to Professor Wojciński, please? So when my point is, when I'm talking about the aging societies and this problem in Poland, demographic proportions, someone has to work professionally active and retired. When I'm thinking about the future, especially about this point 2050, it will be 1-to-1, one active on the labor market and one retired. So it will be the problem. Today in Poland is 1-to-3. Three active Polish origins on the labor market and one which is retired. In the future, in the 2050, it will be 1-to-1, and this is the problem. Not only in Poland, it will be the problem also in the other parts of Europe, because it's not only the problem of Poland. My point is that Poles retiring in a moment will be beggars in the future. Even those who are today, they will be the beggars in the future. They are manipulated by politicians, and the peace won in 2015 because of this manipulation. And Poland is today a European phenomena, that the retired age is 60 women and 65 men. In Germany, in most of European countries, is 67. In the Nordic countries, it will be soon 70. In Denmark, it's a discussion that they are going to decide it about retired age 73 and so on. So Polish society is manipulated by politicians. They didn't recognize the future problems, and it will be the problem to us and to our children. This is my point.
Thank you. I accept this, yes, understood, yeah.
But I have one more question, Przemek, if I can.
Of course, yes.
Is it correct?
Yes, no problem with that.
Okay.
We have time.
I'm thinking about this Poland White Russia crisis. Will the Union, I mean European Union, came to an agreement with Lukashenko outside of Poland? We know that yesterday Merkel called to Lukashenko, and it's a kind of the isolation of Lukashenko as a Belarus state leader and so on. What is your point about? It's not only Przemek to you, I mean generally.
Yeah, anybody from our panelists?
Someone called, I think it was the French president, called to Putin. Merkel called to Lukashenko. Nobody from Poland called to Putin. Nobody from. Maybe it's a game between which is outside Poland.
Maybe there was an attempt, but we still don't know about it, right?
Or maybe they don't know the number. Yeah, as we concluded that we have no diplomacy, so you need to have the number and the line, available. Yeah.
But it was such a case that two comics from Russia, they have the number to the Polish president just a few months before, so it isn't so difficult. Maybe it's a game and we are not a part of a game.
game again. Yeah.
But the question is, didn't we want to take part in this game, or maybe we wanted but we weren't invited?
Maybe we lost.
This is the main problem. This is the main problem. We want it or we are not invited. This is the main problem.
Yes, can be. Well, I mean, the situation is, at least I would say, bizarre, because if anybody told me like a year ago that we would have a huge migration, let's say, crisis on our eastern borders, I would not believe it, really. So it's like, I mean, I could imagine a southern, let's say, route for migrants, and some, as you may remember, some experts, some politicians even predicted that in 2015, right? That was very unlikely, I would say, but yeah, still they predicted this kind of route from the Middle East, North Africa countries. But still, such a crisis on our border with Belarus, it's I would say at least bizarre. Professor Susan?
Well, I'm not going to ask a detailed question, but just something to like a take home sort of takeaway message. The question is, where is the European values glue or EU glue in Eastern and Central Europe? But aside that, where is that glue within the Western European countries today? Now, my point is this. The first time I traveled to Germany, it was mid-1990s, and there was a huge difference between what was called East Germany and then West Germany. And then in the subsequent years that I traveled up until a couple of years ago before COVID, that difference has gone. Similarly, the first time I traveled to Poland, that was 2004 for a conference, and that was a very different Poland from my last visit, which was 2019, sort of this 15 years time. And there I see that, I don't know what to call it EU values or call it European values or the glue. But as I said in the morning, I think we are in what Huntington, using Huntington's terminology, third wave, but we are in the third wave reverse cycle. The question is, will that glue, will that EU values revisit anytime soon in the EU geography where, you know, when we talk about Central Europe, it wouldn't make any different from the traditional Western Europe where European values will rule again, I would say. Or was this a dream?
European values as a dream of Polish society, or generally as a dream of East European societies?
Well, why don't you start with Poland?
You know, it's. I remember this time, and I'm thinking that it's not so easy to discuss about these European values, especially today in Poland, because we have 2 points. We have a political elites point of view, and the political elites are divided. We have 2 groups of politicians, pro-European politicians and anti-European politicians, and these anti-European politicians are won and they are governed, so they control the situation. When I'm thinking about the 80s and especially when I'm thinking about the solidarity time and German wall collapse and so on and so on, political opposition, leaders of the oppositions, they recognize the values, they think about the future. But then came the economic crisis. Economic crisis in Poland, it means neoliberalism crisis, which was created by the World Bank when you are thinking about Balcerowicz plan and so on. Millions of Polish inhabitants, they missed their job. You probably know that the Noami Klein books. So the Noami Klein, they wrote about Poland as a case, as a shock doctrine. It was here in Poland. After that, we are joining the European Union. Most of the people were at this part of the work marketplace, they moved. About 2 million of Polish origins, they moved to Germany, to Great Britain, and so on. The losers, they still stay in Poland. And the losers now they choose this party, which is the leader of today. So they are 2 groups of societies, 2 groups of leaders, and maybe this is my point, that maybe this crisis, Poland, Belarus, and will decide it about the future of our membership in European Union and so on. Who knows? Who knows? generally.
But my point is that it is not only in Poland or in general.
Yes, I know it's
European. It is in the very Western European countries too that I see this trend.
Yes, it's the same in Italy, when in the same in France, and it's a kind of no-nationalism, we can say. But this is the question: why those right-oriented politicians, right-oriented parties are against European Union? When I'm familiar with the Nordic countries, so in this part of Europe, in this part of region, traditional right-oriented parties, they are more pro-social, more pro-welfare state than social democratic ones. In countries like Italy, France, in Poland, it's right-oriented. Sometimes they are against social programs, against old Europe, we can say, old Europe. This is my point. Why? Maybe it's a speculation. Maybe we have had a new societies when we are recognize the changings which are did by social media, for example. We have our students. Our today's students. They are completely new. They are completely new because of the changings in our societies. Maybe this is my point.
Okay, thank you, Professor. I think we have just run out of time, so let me stop the discussion right now. Professor Cezanne, I think without further ado, we can conclude, and I think it's time to close the conference, if you agree.
Sure, definitely.
So, would you like to address the audience and present like
yes, absolutely.
remarks on behalf of the Eastern Mediterranean University?
Yes. Well, first of all, I'm very happy and almost enchanted that the first joint conference by our two respective departments of Adam Mickiewicz University and Eastern Mediterranean University on security studies is up and running. This gives me great pleasure. I think what we have learned from today, a day-long Zoom meeting, is that we have been working on a very timely issue for the region as well as on the global sense. We have touched upon maybe only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to different types of security trends and in different levels, in many levels today. And I think the other thing that I sort of got today is that we have an excellent structure when it comes to the structure of today's Zoom meeting, starting from the global, European, Eastern Mediterranean, Central Europe, and whatnot. I think that it's a good structure. I think that today was an excellent test for our second and upcoming conferences, in the sense that we compressed, or to use a more technical term, we zipped 2 full-day face-to-face conference into a 1-day Zoom meeting. I think that hopefully in the next conference, hopefully which will be face-to-face, we can have maybe a similar format, but longer discussions, longer presentations, as well as longer question and answer period that can stretch over 2+ days. So as closing, I would like to thank to all participants, all moderators, all the technical people who are behind the scenes, made this possible to stream it lively. I would like to extend my thanks again to the godfathers, or call them founding fathers or founding mothers of this organization, this baby. To say a few names, Dean Andrei Stelmach, Wojciech Forzinski, and of course, unending energetic Semek to put this together. Heartful thanks to everybody. Hoping to see you next year, hopefully face to face, either in Famagusta or in Poznan. So greetings from Famagusta.
Okay, I prefer Famagusta.
Yeah, Famagusta is always on my mind. Thank you very much, Ahmed. So on behalf of our Faculty of Political Science and Journalism, I would like to thank you very much. I would like to thank Professor Sezen for your cooperation. Actually, we started preparing this conference, as you remember. I think it was in midsummer almost. So everybody was on holidays, and we started planning the conference. So once again, thank you very much for that. I would like to express my thanks to our Turkish and Turkish Cypriot and finally Polish colleagues who joined us today. Thank you very much for those discussions. I would also add that once again that the conference will not happen without friendship and support of from Professor Foryszyński, because actually, sometimes details play a role, and the moment when I appeared at the Eastern Mediterranean University in Famagusta, sometime I would say ago, from seems to be a quite decisive factor in our cooperation, but it would not happen without the assistance and support of Professor Sezen and Professor Foryszyński. So I would like to express my gratitude to you, and I will never forget you that. So that's what I would like to say. So once again,
it sounds like a threat.
Well, it could be, but it's obviously, you know me, and yeah, I'm that's the way I see that. So I'm very, very grateful for that. I'm very happy that despite the ongoing pandemic, we managed to organize this event online. As Ahmed has already said, well, I do hope that we'll meet in person next year. So the plan is to turn this conference into an annual conference, so that the one which will be held every single year, once in Famagusta in Cyprus, and once here in Poznan in Poland, right? So everybody's welcome. I think that still in December we'll start discussing this issue with Ahmed, and then we'll see what the situation is like in spring, and if it's permissible, we'll start preparing this conference for fall 2022. And yeah, maybe Professor Nowiak, maybe his opinion will be a decisive one, and we'll meet in Famagusta. Who knows? We'll see. But anyway, once again, thank you very much.
I just want to say thank you very much in the name of my students, because my students group are joining us. So it's thank you very much in the name of my students. See you.
So special greetings to our students of Faculty of Political Science and Journalism. So I would like to thank the audience for being with us. I mean, such conferences are not only for researchers, they are also for our students, and we are always very happy once you participate in such events and conferences, right? So once again, thank you very much.
All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Stay safe. Stay
See
safe.
you.
Thank
Bye
very
bye.
much. See you soon.
Everybody.
Keep cool.
Leave.